Good morning, dear friends. Today we are here for to guide you for final paper 4, Direct Tax Laws and Internal Taxation. I am C. Aparna Chauhan, Faculty of Direct Taxes, and along with me,
I am CA Dimple Goyal. I am also faculty for your direct text paper. Both are inter and final level.
yeah. So, as you know, this webinar is scheduled for you to guide you how to get the good marks in your
Yes.
paper, right? So, first of all, let me say कि for achieving the good marks, what you need, you have to study. Study is the basic element for scoring a good marks. Now, the study, how do you study the direct tax laws paper? The question is how to study the direct tax laws paper. As you know, this paper, direct tax laws keep on changing every year by the passing of the Annual Finance Acts. So you need to be updated regularly with the latest Finance Act applicable for a particular exam. I think at this stage, now we are in July month and you are going to appear in the September month. You all must be knowing which is the relevant Finance Act and which is the relevant assessment year applicable for September 25 examination. For just again tell you that which study material accordingly will be relevant for you. The Income Tax Act, as amended by the Finance Number 2 Act 2024, is relevant for you. The relevant assessment year is AY 25-26. Accordingly, the relevant study material you should go through, you should just study for this subject from the latest study material, that is November 24 edition, right? In that, it is being updated as per the amendments made by the Finance Number 2 Act 2024. And as you know, that the Finance Number 2 Act have made many amendments
Yes.
on a particular specific dates.
Date.
If we say capital gains, they have been amended from 23rd of July 24. So these dates, the TDS provisions, they are being affected from particular date only. So before pre-amendments, amended provisions are also, you have to remember, the post-amended provisions are also need to be
Yes.
remembered. So you that's why I'm saying ki the dates are very crucial for you. Remember those dates. Look for the information for those dates in your question
Question
paper
paper.
while attempting any answer. Right? This is very, very crucial. So apart from this study material of November 24 edition, you need to refer. What other publication are they required to refer, Dimple?
Yes, students along with the study material, because certain amendment or certain clarification is also issued by the CBDT through notification and circular. So after releasing the study material, if certain significant notification and circular came and it is not covered in the study material, so that is issued as a statutory update. So that statutory update which contains your significant notification and circular, that is for September 2025 examination, you have to read that also. That since 6 month cutoff date is 6 months, so notification and circular issued up to 28 February 2025 is relevant for September 25 examination. So the notification circular which is not covered in the study material November 2024 edition, that is covered in this statutory update. And you have to be, because there are many significant notification and circular, and the question is also framed on that notification circular in the RTP. So you have to thoroughly go through the notification and circular and practice that also. Along with that, judicial update. You have to be updated with the latest pronouncement also, latest ruling also, that is covered in the judicial update for September 2025 examination. That is also apart from the judicial rulings which is covered in the study material. Certain important case law has been covered in the judicial update. So you have to refer that judicial update also for September 2025 examination.
These both publications, are already web hosted on the
Yes.
portal. Please download it, take a printout of these two things, stat update and the judicial update. Before attempting your RTPs are also available for September 25 examination. So before attempting the RTP, you have to study from first, you have to finish your study material. Then your the case scenario publications, definitely MCQ and case scenario publication also provided by us, that you please do it. Then you do your RTP. RTP से पहले आपको stat update, and stat update also has to be read, right? So study material, when you are revising the study material,
Yes.
do take this start update and this judicial update along with your study material. So do read the study material along with this start update and judicial update, right? This is uploaded. You have to download it and take the printout of these two important publications, right? So take that printout. So RTP, if RTP के questions आपको तभी you will able to understand, because certain questions are based on these two things, right? Based on the latest notifications, that is compounding of offenses. That's a guidelines being issued on that. One of the questions is given in your
Yes.
RTP. So that you will be able to do it well only when you go through your start update. Even judicial update based also some question is given in your RTP. So these are the publications you have to do for your study purpose, and of course for revising also, again you have to refer the again make a study plan while doing a revision purposes. Also you have to divide your whole study material in the form that a particular chapters I will be revising in particular time, right? If you broadly speaking, the direct tax laws paper is divided into 3 sections.
Yes.
Right.
Very important.
So what you can do, you can make a plan according to the section wise weightage is being assigned. If I am here, I can just, it's my opinion that what you can do, you can take up the international taxation because you have already done your revision, right? So 30 to 35 marks are given to international taxation, and the 4th module is there for covering the international taxation provisions, right? So from chapter number 21 to 28, आपकी बात करें, last 4 chapters are the chapters from which only knowledge based questions are asked. Knowledge based question, no application oriented questions are asked. On every time one or the other 6-mark question will be there out from these 4 chapters. Then other than this, there are transfer pricing, non-resident taxation, DTA, advanced ruling.
These 4 chapters are there.
Chapters और जो बाकी other than the 6 marks will be asked from a 30 to amount 30 to 35% weightage assigned. So आपका major portion will be from these 4 chapters. ठीक है? If you are knowing the rates of taxation, the applicable to the non-resident, the residential status for a non-resident, then you will fetch a good mark in the non-resident taxation. DTA की बात करें, if you talk about the DTA, one or the other question definitely comes under the double taxation avoidance relief. That too from even it can be provided the DTA is there or no DTA is there, right? Generally they ask for the relief under section 91. However, they can also test your foreign tax credit provisions where there is no DTA. So do it thoroughly. Whatever be the questions given in your study material, that you practice. Whatever the questions given in your RTP, that you practice, right? और जो आपका MTP booklet, we have come out with an MTP booklet also. There we have given 6 MTPs. So MTPs आप तभी कर सकते हो when you have done the other publications. That we say always कि do it in examination conditions. Whatever, because 6 MTPs are there and you can practice it regularly. When you have finished your study, you have now a revision also you have done. Now you pick up your MTP to further brushing up your concepts, to check, assess your understanding of the provisions, right? So Dimple, would you like to add on?
Yes, for revision, student, for if I'll say about your study and revision purpose, study material is there for the concept clarity. Then your statutory update is there, then judicial update, and the Saransh. Saransh is also available
now,
for this paper. So all this publication is for your study plus revision purpose. While talk about the practice thing, in study material, illustration and questions are there. Then your RTP, May 2025 RTP and September 2025. Both RTP are relevant for September 25 examination. Then we have a case scenario booklet. In there 30 or 35 case scenarios are there. Then as ma'am told, model test paper booklet, booklet are there. In that 6 MTPs are there. Then May 25, that 2 mock test series of May 25, because same Finance Act was applicable for May 25 and same is applicable for September 25. So that 2 mock test series, that will be relevant for you also, and you can take help for practice also. Then we are coming with the 2 more mock test series for September 25 examination. So student, for practice you have a lots of publication which is available. So practice more and more question and to clear your concepts. So do practice all the things, all the publications available, but you should do the practice only after you did your revision. Because if you have suppose read the provision, then you jump to just solve the question, there is no purpose. First complete your revision, then just do the practice. And for MTP or mock test paper, sit in 3 hours and you are try to complete your paper within that frame of time. Because what happen ultimately in the examination, you have to write all the questions. So for that, make your practice to solve the questions by writing, not by just seeing or looking the adjustment, by writing also, because in the examination you have to write and you have to substantiate your answer. Many times students know the answer, but they do not write, or they don't get the full marks or good marks just because their presentation is not good, or just because they had not substantiated their answer. So they ask him, ma'am, what should I do to present the answer? How should I present the answer? Or how should I get the good marks? For that, just make a practice of writing and try solving the questions by writing, not by just looking at the answers.
Yes, it's very, very crucial for you to practice by taking a pen and paper.
Yes.
Then you would be able to solve during the examination. Otherwise, what happens, because you need to, at the final label, you have to integrate the provisions. It's not simply on one or the single provision one question will be asked. There will be 2 or 3 provisions will be testing in a single, question, or in a single transactions also 2 or 3 provisions can be attracted. So that you will be able to understand the provision how to apply it only when you solve it by taking a paper and pen. There is no other way around to have a good hold over the provisions, right? So you have to. So what I was starting with the section 3, I said ki international taxation, if you pick up, so some of the provisions, some of the chapters are really, really that important ki every time some of the other questions are being asked from those things, right? If you're done with your section 3 part, okay, then what you can do in the section 1, if you see, one compulsory question definitely comes from that section 1, and section 1 is again comprises of 2 further subsections, right? That subsections are there. So from chapter 1 to chapter 9 there is subsection 1, and from 10, 11 and 12 there is another subsection. So huge weightage is assigned for the another subsection 2 also. 22-23% weightage is assigned to that subsection. So charitable trust is there. In that the special entities of REITs, investment funds, securitization trust. So आपने देखा होगा past time का भी trend, if you go on through, every time one or the other question are there on the REITs, investment funds or charitable trust पे तो descriptive or the other questions definitely comes on, right? So practice that portion. एक आपने टॉपिक किया चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट, आपको देखोगे आपने 10% मार्क्स वहां से कवर कर लिए कहीं ना कहीं. इफ यू सी, then you can go to check the tax planning provisions. GAR ke some illustrations are given in your study material that you do properly. Then your tax planning mein some tax evasion, tax planning, what would be the tax avoidance, what is your tax planning, this type of questions frequently being asked from that portion. Then your taxation of digital transactions, there we have covered the VDA, virtual digital asset. It's a new emerging provisions that was recently being last time only introduced, last 2 years you can say, was introduced, and some of the other questions are being asked on the VDA, right? So that you prepare properly. Then आपका subsection 1 में, if you see, it is combination of chapter 1 to 9. That includes your PGBP, capital gains, your other sources, clubbing, set-off, deductions, everything. It's a full-fledged question. It generally tests your evaluation and synthesis skills, right? Whatever be the adjustments here are given, they may be based on some rulings also. It's not ki it only be based on your provisions. It may be based on your rulings, interpretations based also. So what that the select significant cases are given your study material. That also please go through whenever you are doing your studying your particular chapter. Go through the rulings itself given in the at the end of your chapters. Do it properly. And adjustments. जितनी आप adjustments करोगे ना, you will be able to answer it accordingly. You will be knowing ki how, what adjustment, how to, whether it's allowing expenses or disallowing expenses, whether that income is taxable in PGBP or in the other heads of income. That kind of analysis you have to make while doing the adjustments of computation of total income and tax liability. There, one more thing is your concession tax regime. It may happen that question may be asking you to compute the total income and tax liability in the most beneficial manner. In that case, the concept of concession tax regime also comes into picture. So you have to know the provisions of 115 BAA and BAB. What is applicable? You have to say it. In case of BAB, if you say, it was only the companies who have already set up to 31st of March 2024 can opt for BAB. But and they have to opt for that regime only in the year of commencement. When they commence their business, in that year only they can claim. Later on they cannot claim. So what is happening? उस केस में आपका ultimately comparison की question arise ही नहीं होगा. because आपका first 31st March 24 तक they have to opt for the concession tax regime. Now we are here 24-25. तो उसने या तो for the financial year 24-25 whether they have opted, then only one single regime they have to, because they cannot withdraw after it. Once a company opt for a concession tax regime, they cannot withdraw and take the benefit of the normal tax provisions. So it is essential कि आपको फिर BAB में then always you have to compute as per the BAB. But BA में question can arise because the company has an option
Anytime
every
they
year.
can.
But once they opted, they cannot again go back, you know. So that comparison can be asked on based on the BAA provisions. So there you have to keep in mind deductions. What deductions are not available if you are paying tax as per concession tax regime 115 BAA.
Yes.
So you have to very careful. Additional depreciation is not allowable. Your 80M is allowable. 80 JJA is allowable, but other chapter 6A deductions are not allowable while you are doing the concession tax regime. So that thing you have to remember carefully. अब आपने when you are they are asking you to compute in the most beneficial manner, what you do? You first compute the total income as per the normal provisions. Then take that base, the total income, you take that base while computing your BAA provisions, right? Then you have to make the adjustment accordingly. What is not allowed under BAA and you have allowed while computing normal provision, that you have to add up, right? But keep in mind, you only that you can do only when you are knowing what are the deductions are not allowable under BAA scheme, right? In BAA, one important thing, though your total income does not exceed your 1 crore limit, right? But your surcharge is applicable. ठीक है, आपने नॉर्मल प्रोविजंस में आपने कंप्यूट किया एंड योर टोटल इनकम इज बिलो 1 crore rupees, so no surcharge is applicable. But in case of a concession tax regime, irrespective of total income, surcharge will be applicable. So don't forget to apply the surcharge. Then you compute both the regime, then it's very essential that you also conclude your answer. Conclusion part is very, very important for you to write and clearly mention that this is the this is beneficial, so it is advisable for the company to opt for the concession tax regime or not to opt for the concession, depending on the comparison of your tax liability that you can do. It is again conclusion part, and substantiate your question also with the provision of the law. Right? While doing your adjustments of any allowance or any disallowance, you have to clearly mention why it is allowed, yes. Why it is not allowed. That substantiate. Just write in brief. Don't write in so much of detail. It's not required कि आप बहुत सारी details provide करो, but the specific key pointers you have to specifically mention in your answer. Then only you would be fetched the marks. क्योंकि marks आपका mathematical calculation. It's not a mathematical calculation. You will add or deduct and you will get the marks. No. You should know why you are doing it. So that substantiating your solution, your adjustment is very much required for this paper, right? Yes. Apart from this I am telling you subsection 1 मैंने बताया आपको, subsection 2 बताया, then your second section is on procedural law. Procedural law में if we talk about procedural law, tedious provisions are every time being tested. And it's not that, you know, बहुत difficult नहीं, but memorizing the rates, memorizing different threshold limits is very much required, right? And analyzing, because it is also again asking you to analyze which provisions would be attractive. Sometimes it happens कि आपको 194C नहीं लग रहा, but आपको 194 multiple provisions are being tested. वो आपको तभी आएगा जो whatever questions given in your exam अच्छे से आपकी understanding होगी कि 194C कहाँ लगेगा, 194M कहाँ लगेगा, where will 194J will be applicable. So you should be thorough with the provisions. जितने भी आ रहे हैं, it's a very scoring portion of the paper where you can score good marks, right? So TDS you can do definitely. Tax audit chapter. Tax audit chapter, again, whatever be the questions, whatever be the case studies are given in the study material, do attempt all, do solve and go through all the questions given in your study material for tax audit purpose. Then आपका assessment procedure again, because assessment procedure में last time, you know, block assessment was introduced. They might test you in the latest amendments, and that is also effective from a 1st September only. So you have to remember those dates. Block assessment में पहले क्या था, search के जो भी provisions थे are contained in income escaping assessment 147. Now they have come out with a separate chapter on doing the search assessment as a block assessment. So you should go through the latest provisions. For that purpose, what you can do, we have given the overview of the amendments in our initial pages. Go through that so that you should be knowing what are the key amendments being made by the Finance Number 2 Act. This is not a, you know, will definitely just guide you what are the amendments, but for understanding you have to refer the chapters only. right? So that you can do. Assessment procedure ho gaya. Appeals and revision you can do. Definitely you can do appeals and revision provisions. Means these are the areas you have to put a more emphasis, put a more focus. Definitely we cannot say ki you ignore completely
Yes.
anything, because whole section have a weightage. So the question can be asked from any of the chapters. But these are the areas where you can just put more emphasis. You have to revise the things again and again. TDS की बात करें तो you have to revise for the rates. You have to memorize your threshold limits. It's very essential. So you do that practice, right? Dimple, you would like to add something?
Yeah, for that actually, student, if you see the scoring, if I'll say about the scoring from the student perspective, section 1 and section 3, because in section 1 your assessment of various entity, your MAT, including of your concessional tax regime, because first compulsory question generally asked from these, either testing MAT, either testing your concessional tax regime. It can be on firm, it can be on company. That is the pattern, normal pattern of the first question. And the section 3, the 4 chapters, last 4 chapters, because they are knowledge based question came from that chapter. So I'm just apart from that, from the other 4 chapters, 30 to 35% weightage are there. So if I'll say 6 marks is from other 4 chapters, so you can say 25 to 30 marks will be there for you from that chapter, that 4 chapters. Then your first compulsory question of 14 marks. Okay, as ma'am told, then regarding your charitable trust, 3 chapters are there: charitable trust, your tax planning, and your what it say, your declaration levy, digital transactions. So 22 to 20, 23,
20 to 22%.
percentage. So if you see 20 to 20 marks, 20 to 22 marks are from these 3 chapters. So if you do all these chapters, your 25 marks plus 14 marks plus your 20 marks. So this is the marks which you from this selective, if I'll say 8 or 9 chapters. Then in this section 3, because procedural part is there, I'm not saying you to avoid these chapters, because question can came from anything. But if you see, TDS is very important, because TDS, TCS, normally one question came of 6 marks to 8 marks from this chapter. Then tax audit. So in case you find it difficult, so you can do the selective study and main focus to do that chapter, which you can score a good marks. For other chapter, you should definitely you should do that, because you can't leave anything in the for the examination, because anything can came. But you can divide your study like this, so that you can practice more on that chapter. You can make sure ki from this chapter you will score good marks. If 14 marks question is there, you study so well that at least 10 to 12 marks you will score from this question. So study, plan your study like this. And
yeah, this is the way actually we want to say कि आपको इस तरीके से you can make your revisionary plans also. Then you would be confident कि मैंने 100% में से I have done 60%, I have done 70%. If any questions being asked, I can score that much of marks. Definitely I can score. So that build your confidence basically. Or during examination, now we can ask you how to attempt the paper. That we have already said कि we have to substantiate with the provision of law. Next thing is that whatever be the question, first you have to choose the questions, right? First is your compulsory question and descriptive question. Descriptive question would carry 70 marks and 30 marks would be your MCQ based paper. And MCQ also based on the case scenario based mainly. Yes. From the case scenario based, some of the questions being appended to that case scenario, there will be in the MCQ segment. Now in descriptive, if you say first is your compulsory question of 14 marks each, then remaining 4 questions you have to do out of the 5 questions, right? That choice you have to make beforehand. When you have been given a reading time of 15 minutes, that you do a choice of which question you are going to attempt it. And do please make ensure कि you should not shift it later on while attempting. First you have started of one first part you have done, but you are not doing the second part or the third part, that you can do the fourth question ka second or third part. No, you will not. You do not do in that manner. If you have choose to solve the question number 5, then choose the solve all the parts only, right? That selection you have to do at the time of giving your reading time. Or whenever you are solving it also, you need not to just take the first question itself at the initial. You have a choice. You can attempt your 6th question also. You can attempt your 4th question also. It's your choice. Whatever you feel now, you know very better. Well. You can present it a better way. do attempt that first, because first impression is your the last impression. So whatever you have given the first impression to the examiner, that will be in his mind, and he will evaluate your answer sheet based on that presumption only. So try to do the first question best so do in that way on all the parts in continuity. Do not break it. You have done the first part of question number 4 here, and the
Second part is the
after
last
question
question.
number second, or after question number. Do not do all the parts of the questions in a continuity only, in a sequence only. If you are not doing one part, leave that space and you move forward to the next question. When you have done your other things, then you can come again and do it. Otherwise, you can just strike it, just do it, cut it. The remaining is spare space. You can just cut it. In that way, you can attempt your question paper. It's very essential, because we have noted it. Students are not clearly even writing the answer numbers. It is very essential.
Yes.
You have to write what answer is based on which question you are answering, right? That numbering is very, very essential. Do number your answers properly and in a sequence only. First, and the second thing is that MCQ segment. MCQ segment, there is no negative marking. So do not
leave
anything. Or OMR sheet, please fill your OMR sheet while doing the MCQ segment. But while filling it, be ensure that whatever the option you are taking, it is the correct option you have chosen. Right? So very careful while filling your OMR sheets also. Sometimes students, I don't know how they have some doubts. They just write the MCQ
descriptive answer book.
In the descriptive answer books. Please do not do that. They will not be evaluated otherwise. You have to mark in the OMR sheet the MCQ segment. MCQ segment do not require you and to give any working notes, do not require you any reasoning. You have to just select the options and just fill in your OMR sheets. Then you will fetch the marks. But very extra careful. In descriptive question, step marks is there. So for doing a single or two steps, you will fetch some marks. But in case of MCQ, no step marking. It will be just dependent on what option you have taken.
Yes.
So very carefully.
Either you will get full mark or you will get zero.
No marks. Yeah. So very, very careful while doing your MCQ segment. Now second question is being asked is how to manage the time. First, what you should take. It's MCQ segment or the descriptive section. Actually, if I say, it's depend on persons to persons. How they have prepared and how they have want to attempt it. If you feel ki I am going to take the MCQ segment, then make a strict timeline. This is the timeline. 40 minutes you can devote to the MCQ section, remaining in the descriptive section. Because if you say, if there are 180 minutes with you, right? And it's 100 marks paper, and 30 marks goes to your MCQ segment and 70 marks goes to your descriptive section. Yes. So uske according agar aap weightage nikalenge time management ki, then it will come to 50 marks. 54 to 50 minutes for MCQs. But don't spare that much amount on the MCQs. Why? Because you need not to write anything there. Here your presentation skills matter a lot in the descriptive section. So be extra careful while doing your MCQ thing. So आपका ना 40 minutes आप रख लो उसके लिए MCQ section के लिए, then the remaining will keep for the descriptive questions. And 14 marks each question will be carrying. So 20 to 25 marks you keep for the descriptive question also, because first question will take a more time. It's a full-fledged question and you have to be extra careful because it's a lengthy ho jata hai, and it required to compute from the first adjustment to the end of the adjustments. So you have to be extra careful. Definitely step marks is there for all the adjustments. So आपका ऐसा नहीं कि total गलत हो गए तो will not get any marks. Definitely will get some marks for your correct adjustments. So यहाँ पे descriptive में ये benefit जरूर होता है, but presentation matters a lot. You have to substantiate. You have to clearly mention the provision in your answer sheets to the point requirement. Just see the requirement of the question, accordingly you answer the questions. Yes. Right. So in this way, 20 to 25 marks you can allot for descriptive questions, and 40 minutes you can allot for the MCQ section. Then after doing it, do visit the MCQ section again. Yes. You check it, then only fill your OMR sheet. First you do it, you select it, then just keep it, and then again you can check it again. You just thoroughly revise the things what you have been done for the MCQ, so that in case of anything which you have not, just not come to your mind, you can again check on those aspects. The criticalities of the questions can be checked again, and then you choose and do their MCQ portion. Right? Anything, Dimple, you want to add?
No, I guess this is the, because time management, where to do working for doing
So,
MCQ.
Lakshmi, we have already informed you you need not to require any working for the MCQs. MCQ segment do not require to give any reasonings or the workings, but you have to select the options and that you have to fill the OMR sheet. OMR sheet will be given to you separately with along with your answer sheet. There you have to fill and select your MCQs answer. Which options you have chosen, you have to fill in the OMR sheet. You need not to do it in your answer sheet, which is for your descriptive portion. For descriptive question, answer sheet is separate, and for MCQ segment, there is a different separate OMR sheet that you have to fill in. You need not to give any reasoning for the
Yes, but I
MCQs.
guess Shubha Lakshmi is asking about the working note. If there's some calculation is involved or something is involved, so where do they can do the working for
Rough papers,
MCQ?
yes.
Yes. So make a in the sheet. You can make a rough portion. You can write it. It's a rough work for MCQ, and you can just do your calculation and other things that will not be evaluated because reasoning is not required for the MCQ. But specifically write that it's a rough work. You are doing the rough calculation there.
Now you can make a segment ki the
Yes.
portion ki write down rough notes. You can write it at the end of the answer sheet on the descriptive paper. So Anuga is asking how many revisions are required. At least 2 to 3
Two to
revisions
three.
are
Yeah.
required to have a good hold over the provision. You need to do 2 to 3
Three
revisions
revisions
at
at least.
least. Yeah. That's all for our paper 4, direct tax laws and international taxation. Wish you all the very best to you. And now we are moving and taking for you to the paper 5,
5
indirect tax laws.
Good morning, students. Welcome to this session for paper 5, indirect tax laws. Just now you have gone through all the tips for paper 4, direct tax laws and international taxation. So many things are common between for the preparation and the how to appear in the exam, working notes. Most of the things for direct tax laws and indirect tax laws, general things are common. But there are certain specific points with regard to indirect tax laws which we will be discussing in this particular session. So be with us throughout the session and carefully listen to everything. They will definitely be helpful for you in the examination. So first of all, I will, without taking any more time, I will straight away come to the topic, that is how to best utilize your time till the examination, because you still have around 50 or 45 days for the examination. Don't waste even a single minute from now onwards and start preparing for the examination. Most of you would have started the preparation. Many of you would be nearing or on the verge of completing your syllabus, but some of you would have just started few weeks back. So how can you proceed in that case? That we'll be discussing. First of all, create a study plan. Whatever remaining number of days you have, hours you have on the basis of daily study hours which you will be spending, and try to stretch your study hours as much as possible at this point of time, because these last 45 to 50 days are very, very crucial. So whatever time you can devote for your preparation or studies at this point of time, leave everything apart in this world, or everything you can do afterwards, after your exams. But at this point of time, you just have to focus on your studies. So create a study plan based on the time available with you. And in that study plan, you have to prioritize the important topics. This we will be covering later in this session, that what are those important topics, or how will you come to know what are the important topics for the examination. Gain conceptual understanding in each and every topic. Go through the study material, go through the test your knowledge questions, and try to go through all examples, illustrations. Try to have a conceptual understanding. Don't go through the provisions in a mechanical manner. You have to understand each and every concept so that you are in a position to apply those concepts. Then you have to memorize the concepts also, because when I say memorizing, it does not mean rote learning. It means that you have to understand the concept and you have to memorize the important portion so that you can reiterate the same in the examination, or you can apply the same in the questions which are asked in the examination. For that, we have specific memory techniques. If time permits, I will take that also. And once you complete a particular chapter, you have to prepare summary for that particular chapter. Now here, one very important point is that you have Saransh for paper 5, indirect tax laws. In fact, for all the final papers, we have Saransh. So you should refer the Saransh booklet for revising day before examination. And if you want to add something to these summaries, you can make it a comprehensive, exhaustive revision material before the examination, because every student has his own requirement. Day before exam, I want to revise some more material, or I want to leave some of the topics because I am very thorough in those topics. So accordingly, you have to customize your Saransh material also, so that it becomes the sole revision material before the examination. Plus, apart from that, while revising, you have to uh, revise the important questions also, because while preparing while attempting the questions in the first instance, you would have come across some questions which have some tricky points. Mark those questions then and there itself. At the time of revision, day before exam, just have a glance at those tricky points, so that if a similar question comes in the exam, you are in a better position to answer those questions. Next point is, after you have completed the entire syllabus, then you practice the case scenario booklet, because case scenarios are integrated. You will be requiring provision of all the concepts. So better you revise it after completing the syllabus and go through each and every scenario on your own. First of all, try to ascertain the answers, then compare the solution, then refer the solutions which are given at the end, because that will help you in finding out the areas where you are lacking. Same process applies to the test your knowledge questions also. Attempt all the questions on your own and then compare their answers with the answers given in the material. For revision, once you have completed everything, case scenario booklet is over, then you have to go through the mock test papers. For the mock test paper series will start next month. You have to go through the mock test papers also for every paper which you have completed. That will help you in revising in the exam-like conditions. And last but not the least is maintain healthy lifestyle and stay positive and motivated. Because staying motivated throughout CA journey is one of the most difficult tasks, but one of the most important thing which you have to do. Your perseverance, your hard work is definitely going to pay. So famous Brazilian football player Pele has said success is no accident. It is hard work, perseverance, learning, studying, sacrificing, and most of all, love of what you are doing. Most important thing, whatever you are doing, love that work. You are doing you are studying your subjects, accountancy, taxation, audit, law. You have to admire those subjects. You have to be in love with those subjects or learning to do. Same way, the Abdul Kalam, our past former president, who was a very famous, you know, scholar, as well as he was a scientist also. So he has said, if you fail, never give up, because fail means first attempt in learning. So failure does not mean that now you cannot succeed. Failure means that yes, you have learned what is not to be done, and now you will not do those things. Instead, you will do those things which will lead you to success. So improve your lifestyle habits. You should have a sound sleep. That does not mean that you have to sleep more and you have to study less, but after you have completed your studies, your sleep time should be full of peace. You should be away from distractions. Don't look at the mobile phone before going for sleep. Try to reduce your screen mobile time, in fact, I would say, or social media time, because that will lead to distractions at this point of time. You should stay updated. You should see the notifications which are coming on the Board of Studies knowledge portal. Everything you should refer. But from social media, try to stay away. Have a balanced diet so that you can stay active for your studies. And that I already said, stay away from distractions. So this way you will be able to achieve the success. Now let us move to the subject. Indirect tax laws, there are two parts, GST and customs. For September 2025 examination, Finance Number 2 Act 2024 is applicable, and notification and circulars up to 28th February 2025. So this is the cutoff date, which is the most important thing you should remember, because in the examination, when a particular question comes, you have to answer it on the basis of position of law which is existing on this particular date. Why I'm telling you this? Because different period would be there in the examination, and maybe possible that some amendment would have taken place or some provision would have amended many times before this cutoff date of 28th February. So it is the clear instruction which is given on the first page of the question paper, that all questions have to be answered on the basis of position of law existing on this cutoff date. That you have to remember. So don't remember if some rates have changed twice or thrice, though rates are not there in your syllabus, but for example, composition rates, they get changed during the year. So you have to remember what is applicable on the cutoff date. Relevant publications, all of you must be knowing, but we are just going through study material, booklet on case scenarios, MTP booklet, model test paper booklet, revision test paper, and mock test papers. And last but not the least is Saransh, which will help you in revising, summing up everything day before examination. So all these publications you have to refer. Now we come to the most important point, that is the section-wise weightage and study guidelines. First of all, let us see what is study guidelines. Study guidelines contain the topics which, though are part of your syllabus, but they are not relevant for examination. They have been excluded specifically from the syllabus. These study guidelines list these topics. For example, rates of taxes, the exemptions for goods, then real estate provisions with regard to input tax credit, and certain other provisions, they would be mentioned that these are excluded from the purview of your syllabus. So go through study guidelines so that you might not end up doing anything which is not relevant for the examination. For knowledge purpose, you can see anything, but for examination purpose, refer only what is relevant. Now, section-wise weightage. Section-wise and skill-wise weightage contains the, first of all, section-wise. Section-wise contains that what portion of the total syllabus is carrying how much weightage or how much marks question can be asked from a particular topic, from a particular section. If we overall go through this section-wise weightage, we always suggest the students to organize your studies based on your section-wise weightage. Starting in the start itself, I told you that you should prioritize your topics based on their section-wise weightage. In GST portion, till the topic of input tax credit, they are the substantive provisions. So starting from supply till input tax credit, I am talking about the study material sequencing. So what is these are the core provisions of GST. These are the substantive provisions of GST law. So they are very important. So always go through these provisions first of all. So when you are starting the studies or when you are revising also, at that point of time also, this portion should be done at first. Same is for customs. In customs also, substantive provisions, valuation, classification, levy and exemption, these chapters should be done first. Second comes the procedural aspects. Now, in the procedural aspects, what is their returns, registration, tax invoice, and the accounts and records, e-way bill. These are the procedural aspects. In fact, the refund provisions are also the procedural aspect. So then you should go through the procedural aspect. Same is for the customs law. And last comes the, if not last, in fact, thereafter comes the enforcement provisions. In enforcement provisions, the demand and recovery, appeals and revisions, then you have the offenses and penalties. These are the key chapters which you should go through. And based on their weightage, you have to prioritize you have to segregate the time which you are going to allocate to a particular topic, both at the time of preparation as well as at the time of revision also. Revision also has to be done in this sequence only. And you will find that the sequence of the chapters is also in the similar way, because this is how we have prepared we have sequence, or we have organized the chapters in the study material based on their relevance also. But first and foremost is the substantive provisions in both the laws, customs as well as in the GST portion. Now we'll come to the presentation. Very important part when you are appearing for the examination, how you have to present your paper. I will tell you the revision technique also, but before that, how to present your paper. In computational problems, always supplement your answer with the explanatory notes, and your explanatory notes should be proper explanatory notes. That means if you have just given in evaluation question, you have written section 15.1, section 15.2, this way you have mentioned your reasoning. That is not the way of giving the explanatory notes. Instead of focusing more on sections, rules, notifications, and circulars, we always suggest the students to focus on the provisions of law. Understand the provision and enumerate it in your answer. So you have to write packing charges, they are incidental expenses, they are includable in the value of supply. This way you have to give the reasoning. So instead of writing only section number, notification number, circular number as reasoning, try to write the provision. Try to enumerate the provision. The examiner should know that you have understood the concept and now you're applying it in the exam. That is the main purpose. For non-computational questions, the legal provisions should be duly elaborated. They should be duly elucidated in your answer. And always answer the questions on the basis of latest position of law. This we have already discussed. In case in any of the question, some information is missing, you feel that some information is not given, and there is a possibility to take the assumptions based on that, then clearly state that assumption in your answer and start answering the question. Because don't delay, don't waste your time in thinking that which of the options should I take. If both the options stand, or both the assumptions stand on equal footing, take either of the assumptions and start answering your question based on that. But you have to clearly state your assumption in your answer. Question paper pattern is very simple. You all must be aware. I'm quickly going through it. In 30 marks MCQ portion, 26 marks is for GST and 4 marks is for customs. For GST, case scenario based questions come, and two to three big scenarios are there. In customs portion, small scenarios, 2 small scenarios will be there, and each scenario will have 1 question each. In GST also, there will be 1 or 2 questions which will be based on a single small scenario, and single question will be there. Rest is the descriptive portion, out of which first question is a compulsory question which requires the students to compute net GST payable in cash. And rest 5 questions, out of rest 5 questions, any 4 questions have to be attempted. Every question carries 4 marks, but in compulsory question, customs portion is not there. It is only there in the optional questions. Now, how to manage time in the exam? So when you get 15 minutes reading time, in that case, you have to just a minute, I have to go through the queries also. Let me see if any of you, yes. So how to leverage 15 minutes reading time before the given before the start of the examination. So just have a glance at all the questions and try to leave the compulsory question, because you have to anyhow do that. Compulsory question you can do afterwards. First of all, see the optional questions and try to figure out that particular question which you are going to leave in the choice. That one optional question. Now go through rest of the questions and figure out the best question which you answer to which is best known to you. That will be the first question you will be attempting as soon as you get the answer sheet, and then you have to prioritize it in the descending order. Next best question, and then so on. Allocate estimated time for each question. Now, as soon as you get the answer sheet, start attempting the question. Let me go through that. As soon as you get the answer sheet, start attempting the paper with the first question you have thought that is the best answer. And then in the descending order, you should write the answers. In case you are exceeding too much the allocated time, leave that question then and there itself and go to the next question. All of us know these things, all of us know these techniques. It is only the practicing which makes a difference. Some people actually follow them, some people only know them and they do not follow them, or they're not able to follow them because they feel that they get tempted with a question which they know the best. So they feel that half of the time I will spend on this particular question, but no way I'm going to leave it halfway. That is not the approach. You know, 3 average answers can fetch you more marks than one good answer, or instead I should say it otherwise, 5 average answers can fetch you more marks than 3 best answers. So if you write only 3 questions in your paper and you have done it to best of your ability, but 5 answers are average, if we compare both of them, the person who has written 5 average answers will get more marks, because every question which you are attempting will get you or will fetch you some of the marks. But if you have not attempted any of the questions, that question becomes 0. You will not get any marks in that question. So being a final student, make it a point, you will not leave any question unattempted. Any question, I'm saying. Not only MCQs, in descriptive also, try to attempt it. You must have gone through the provision or any aligned associated provision. You should attempt the question. In fact, in case of the MCQs, scenario-based MCQs, what you should do is you should go through the scenario first, then go through the MCQs. Have a glance at all the MCQs and try to figure out the provisions as well as the relevant information in the case scenario which you need to seek for answering that particular MCQ. Now again, go back to the scenario, try to underline or locate the information which is required for a particular MCQ, try to recall the provision which you have to apply in that particular scenario, and then arrive at the correct option. And please do not feel that if you have got one of the answers which is there in the option, that means you are 100% correct. No, options can be closely related also. So it is possible that if 3 rates are possible, 3 rates can be applied in a, suppose the same, it is a composite supply, and by considering it as a mixed supply, the answer would also be given in the options. So don't get confused or don't get misled by getting one of the answers in the option. Always read the question meticulously and then after applying the provision, opt for the correct answer. Then we have the revision strategy. Now, how you should revise day before exam. So day before exam, we have already decided that you should go through the day before exam, you should go through the Saransh booklet. And the Saransh booklet will help you in revising all the concepts, and test your knowledge questions will help, the selected test your knowledge questions will help you in revising the applicability of the provisions, the tricky issues involved in the computational problems which we have just decided. Give special emphasis to the statutory update for this paper because we have special, inclination in the examination also. We have seen that the statutory latest provisions are asked. Okay, now we have I want to take some of the commonly committed errors before winding up the session because we are already short of time. See, in compulsory question, these are the general mistakes which students commit. One of which is while attempting the net GST payable in cash, sometimes what students do, they utilize the ITC while paying the inward supplies on which tax is payable under RCM. Output tax does not include the inward supplies on which tax is payable under RCM. Output supplies, ITC can only be used for paying the output tax. So output tax does not include RCM liability, and therefore inward RCM liability has to be discharged in cash. So this is one of the point. Second point, when the moment you see any of the outward supplies made by the supplier as on which tax is payable under RCM, reverse charge mechanism, it should immediately strike you that reversal provisions will be attracted because the output supply taxable under reverse charge is an exempt supply as per the reversal provisions. Therefore, reversal provisions will be attracted, and you have to keep this in mind. Generally, students skip this point. Similarly, they make mistakes in block credit. Recently, I come across a student who said, I always leave the reversal provisions, or I do not go through the ITC chapter carefully. So block credit section 17.5 is another important aspect. Reversal provisions are also very important. You have to take into consideration whether they're applicable in the question or not. Some students commit mistake in applying the provisions relating to distribution or apportionment of ITC on account of issuance of debit or credit note to an input service distributor by the supplier. These provisions you have to be very cautious. In composition scheme, sometimes the students fail to appreciate that it is only the manufacturer of the notified goods which is not allowed to take the composition scheme. That means the trader of notified goods can take the composition scheme. So sometimes when we see the notified goods, immediately we disallow the composition scheme, but that should not be done. Read the question carefully, whether it is the manufacturer or it is the trader. So in case it's trader, he will be allowed the composition scheme. Then the second one is students fail to appreciate that it is only the supplier of supplies not leviable to tax. Now, what does this point means? I've got a query. So whenever we know that the composition scheme is not available in case a person is engaged in making supplies which are not leviable to tax. But the question might have the information that the supplier is engaged in supply of an supply which is exempt by way of a notification, which is leviable to tax in the first place, but afterwards, subsequently, it became exempt by way of a notification. So that is the in that case, that supplier will be eligible for composition scheme because it is supplying a particular product which is leviable to tax, subsequently exempted by way of notification. So don't get confused between goods not leviable to tax and goods exempt by way of a notification. Composition scheme is not available to a supplier who is supplying goods or services not leviable to tax, but it is available for a person who is supplying goods or services exempt by way of a notification. Next mistake which is generally made in composition scheme is that when you are a new supplier, you have started your business in the current year and you have opted for composition scheme, then while computing the tax payable, the turnover in a state shall exclude the turnover from the first day of 1st April of a financial year up to the date of his becoming liable for registration. So if a person has obtained registration on 15th of April, 1st April he started the business, or maybe 30th of April he became liable to register. He might have obtained registration afterwards, but the turnover from 1st April to 30th April, the day he became liable to registration, that has to be excluded. That means for example, he became liable to register after crossing the threshold limit. He's not liable to registration because of some compulsory registration reason. He has just crossed his threshold reason of 40 lakhs. So total turnover after 3 months, maybe in that quarter, June quarter, is 80 lakhs. So 40 lakhs has to be excluded. That you have to keep in mind. Generally, students forget to exclude that also, unless it is explicitly provided in the question. Mistake in registration questions. Now, what type of mistakes students commit in registration questions? Students consider a person exceeding threshold limit. So we know that a person who has exceeded the threshold limit, he has to obtain registration in every state from where he makes a taxable supply. But they generally make him liable to register from that state also from which he's making exempt supply. So that is not the case. If he's making an exempt supply from any state, he should not obtain registration from that state, even though he is liable to register. Similarly, in case of supplies made from special category states, the threshold limit will not be reduced to 10 lakhs where the supply made from the special category state is an exempt supply or is non-taxable supply. So that is point you need to remember. Next mistake is in case of while interpreting the definition of related person, members of same family are related persons. Now family definition of family says that only spouse and children will be your family irrespective of the fact that whether they are dependent on the person or they are independent. However, the parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters, they become family only when these four category of persons are dependent on the person. Grandparents, parents, brothers, sisters. They will be your family only when they are dependent on that person, they become related. Otherwise, they are not related. Generally, this mistake is committed by the students. Then the next one is the students commit mistake in computing the number of days. Whenever you have to compute number of days for computing the interest portion, or you have to compute pre-deposit, or any in case of time of supply also, date of cause of action has to be excluded. That means if I say 15 days from the date of filing the return, so date of filing of return has to be excluded. From next day you have to compute 15 days, and then interest has to be computed, or pre-deposit or time of supply. In time of supply we say 61st day from the date of issue, from the date of provision of 61st day from the date of issuance of invoice. Now the date of issuance of invoice has to be excluded. Then we have to compute 61 day, and last day will be the date on which time of supply might fall, or one of the parameters for time of supply will be there, but you have to exclude the date of cause of action. Then the next one is, now there are some few examples we had drafted. Now that you can just go through. I want to show you in that one thing how the explanatory notes have to be given. Let me show you. Just a minute, my PPT has gone. So most of the mistakes I think I have covered. Only thing is one of the students has asked for Prashant has asked for section-wise weightage. Prashant, section-wise weightage, primarily I have told you, let me show you where can you find it on the website. I wanted to show you actually through an example that how explanatory notes have to be given, but you can see that in the suggested answers also. In fact, how to write the answers, some guidance we have given to you. Best you can see it from the suggested answers, that how the answers have to be presented. You will find that they are not exhaustive, they're not very comprehensive, they are in accordance with in commensuration with the marks which each question carries. So refer the suggested answers. Those who have appeared for May examination, definitely go through the suggested answers. That will give you an idea where you have actually committed the mistake and where you have how you can write the answers. Now see the section-wise weightage. Now this is the section-wise weightage for goods and services tax. The substantive provision of law, as I told you, 45 to 65% weightage. So more than half of the paper will be from section 1. So you can see how important this particular section is. When I said you ki, right, when I told you that substantive provisions are very important, then it might not have struck you that how important actually they are. But when you saw that the weightage is more than 50%, so more than 50% of the GST paper will be from substantive provisions, will be from these chapters, that itself lays stress on the fact that how important this section is. Then comes the second part, is the enforcement provisions, demand and recovery, offences, penalties, advance ruling, appeals and revisions, and ethics under GST. Ethics under GST is covered in the offences and penalties chapter. This is the portion which carries the second highest weightage in the paper. So this portion should be given due weightage. Then comes the procedural aspects. So registration, tax invoice, credit debit notes, e-way bill, returns, payment, refunds, then liability to pay in certain cases. This is the third section. So third highest weightage is given to this section, and last is 0 to 5% weightage is given to the other remaining topics, and these are the assessment and audit, administration, inspection, search and seizure, and arrest, and other remaining miscellaneous provisions. Same way, if we come to the customs portion, you can see that section 1 has 40 to 65%. So similarly, you can see more than half of the paper, customs paper, is also from the substantive provisions. What are these substantive provisions? The classification, valuation, levy and exemption of GST customs, and the types of customs duties. Next is the procedural aspects. Now procedural aspects are import and export procedures, then warehousing, refund. They carry a range of, the questions can be asked from a range of 20 to 45% from this section. And last here is the basic concepts provision, basic concepts section, that has a weightage of 10 to 20% in customs portion. That is the introduction to foreign trade policy, then basic concepts relating to import and export, and introduction to customs law. Now, before we wind up the session, I would like to, when I started the session, I told you that we'll be discussing some of the memory techniques also, that how can you memorize a particular topic. So, how can we memorize a particular topic? So, one of the points can be the acronyms. You can make small acronyms of a topic. For example, let me give you an example. This is the definition of supply. You can make an acronym DSLR belt of GS for C and B. DSLR is disposal, sale, lease, rent, barter, then exchange, lease, license and transfer of GS's goods and services for consideration and business. So this way you can make acronyms as per your interest, so which you can recall during examination. Some points you have to remember, certain keywords you have to remember. For that you can make acronym. This is one of the way to memorize the provisions. Second way is acrostics. Acrostics is taking whole keyword from a particular provision. Like schedule 1. Schedule 1 has 4 paras. Now I want to remember those 4 paras. I want to make some short memory technique for that. So that can be acrostics. For example, I took permanent transfer from here. Then here the keyword is related person. Here the principal to his agent. And the last one is import of services. So this is the acrostics. I made a sentence: permanent transfer between related or distinct persons by principal agent for import of service. This sentence, if I remember, I can recall all the 4 paras. There can be different ways of memorizing the things, but only thing is you have to develop some acronym, some acrostic for memorizing the concept which you find difficult to remember. Also, another technique is try to understand the logic or intent of the provision. Now, in case you are not able to make any such acronym, acrostics, then you have to understand why this particular provision has been there. That will help you in recalling it for a longer period. And then last comes the visual imagery. Now, visual imagery is, if you find in the GST study material, you will see that almost every page has 3-4 visual imageries. Every provision is substantiated by the visual imageries, which provides you an idea of, whenever you think about that particular provision, that image should strike in your mind, and that will help you in recalling that provision easily. So that visual imagery helps in it. First of all, it helps us in retaining that concept for a longer period of time. And secondly, it helps us in recalling that provision whenever we want to recall it during the examination. Any question comes based on that in the examination, that visual imagery should also be there in your mind. That will help us in revising or recalling the entire provision. Last technique is the repetition or flashcards. Now, there are certain rates, certain due dates will be there that you find difficult. Certain things where you are not able to find any of the above methods useful. You're not able to memorize them. Then the last technique is the residual technique, that is the repetition technique. You have to revise that concept day in, day out. Day in, day out doesn't mean that you only have to revise that concept. That means you can take a particular time during the day at which you can take out that particular topic and just have a reading. Some due dates have to be remembered. You have made flashcards on your study table. You have sticky notes which have all those due dates. Whenever you start your studies, before starting, just have a glance at all those sticky notes, and you will, on a daily basis, if you do this, that is called repetition technique, that will help you in memorizing those concepts. So what is important is, today what we have gathered in this session is that first and foremost thing is staying motivated and having balanced diet and proper sleep during this period. So be calm, be cool whenever you feel anxious before the examination. In fact, in the examination hall also, it sometimes happens that once we see the question paper, we feel that this is something I have not expected. And that is how CA examinations are designed. Many a times you will see the question paper which is not expected from you. You should know how you have to keep your cool at that particular point of time, and how you have to attempt that paper. That is sometimes tested from the students. So we should not feel that it's a difficult paper. Unexpected paper does not mean it's a difficult paper. Unexpected paper only means that it will lead to some discomfort to you, but end of the day you can perform brilliantly in that paper. Only thing is, the person who will keep his cool will perform better. Who will lose his calm or who will get panicked will lose in that paper. So this is sometimes tested from a CA student, because you know that CA course requires a lot of hard work, perseverance. CA paper is CA course is testing your ability to perform consistently through the highs and lows. At this point of time, many students are feeling that they are behind their colleagues or their peers from with whom they have started their chartered accountancy journey. They have moved much forward and now they will not be able to catch up. That is not the case. First of all, we are not in any kind of race. Everybody has their own lives. So you have to, at this point of time, you have to think that whatever time, you just have to see at this point of time the examination date. That this is the time left for the examination. I do not have to think anything of this sort, that where am I at this point of time. I just have to see what I have to achieve at this point of time. So the objective is to clear the forthcoming examination. This can be done only with full motivation and not losing your hope, not losing your motivation at this point of time. So you have to start your studies today itself. You should, those who have just got their result few days, maybe last to last week, we got the result on 6th of July. So some of you would not have succeeded at that point of time, and they are appearing for September examination, and most of them are demotivated at this point of time. Some of you might have felt that you will be able to succeed at that point of time itself or in May examination itself. So this is the time to gear up and stay motivated and attempt or appear for the September examination with full rigor, whatever mistakes you have committed. In fact, in these sessions which we have organized, in all these sessions, basic objective is to take you through that, apprise you with the mistakes which others have committed. You can learn from their mistakes. This is the best way to remember anything. So that is what is required at this point of time. Not losing hope and starting with full rigor. Vishwa Teja is asking, can we get that presentation? Vishwa, how can we give you this presentation? Actually, this is not the, we'll try to upload it on BOS Knowledge Portal if possible. BOS app, BOS. We'll try to upload on BOS app or Knowledge Portal, wherever you can refer any of them. In fact, I hope most of you know about the BOS app also. There you get all the push notifications, all the latest updates about the publications which have come, any announcement which is there for, which is relevant for your examination. So stay updated, keep visiting the BOS Knowledge Portal, because that helps you in staying connected with the Board of Studies or ICAI and helps you in staying updated. Pavan, you have asked some query. Okay, I have just seen. So Pavan is saying he is recently cleared CA inter examination. Okay, and if I only rely on BOS lecture and study from BOS, then clear CA final smoothly. Your guidance. Pavan, it's good that you are starting early. Just now you have cleared intermediate examination. Congratulations, first of all, Pavan, for clearing your intermediate examination. So now you have entered the most crucial stage of Chartered Accountancy course. Now you can, since you have started, you want to start at this point of time itself with the lectures, with the classes itself. So live virtual classes for May 26 examination will be starting this month. 21st of July, these classes will start. Schedule will be web hosted. If it is not there, it will be web hosted very soon. And you will get a complete schedule of the classes, that which all lectures, which all topics will be covered and how much time will be given to them. So, but only thing is that you have to maintain regularity or consistency in these classes. Once you have opted for BOS classes, you will be given an exhaustive coverage of the entire topic. We cover all the topics. Then the problem solving sessions are there. And after the completion of the virtual classes, generally revision classes are also conducted, where the concepts are revised through the questions. For example, you can see right now the live virtual revisionary classes for the intermediate course are going on. There, all the concepts are being practiced through the questions. So we are taking the questions, and through questions we are revising the concepts. So in case, in a way you can see, and moreover, we have success at CA exams sessions also, where subject wise guidance is given to you, mock test papers are being solved, or we help the students in whatever academic or technical queries they have on the through BOS app. Ask your query section is there. Through that you can ask the technical queries also. So what I would suggest is that you can go through the live virtual classes, and but be regular to these classes. Whenever the class is there, don't go for the recorded lectures. Don't procrastinate your studies, thinking that I will go through the recorded lecture right now, let me sleep, and after I will see the recorded lecture. No. If you attend the session live, that will help you in resolving your doubts then and there itself. When you see the recorded lecture, you have to write down your doubt and you have to ask it in the next class. And for that also, you have to attend the class live. So if you are in a habit of attending the recorded lectures, that will, in a way, it reduces the benefit of these classes. So better that you go through these classes live. Okay. Mohammed Sharif is saying, can you make ABC analysis of the chapters? If I say ABC analysis of the substantive provisions, Mohammed, just now I have told you that the section-wise weightage, I have discussed with you the section-wise weightage. This is a kind of the ABC analysis which Board of Studies has prepared for the students, and it is there for every subject. It is there for every subject. So what I would suggest is that go through this section-wise weightage. This is the ABC analysis of indirect tax laws. First of all, you have to study the substantive provisions, and in substantive provisions also start from the chapter of supply, because that will help you in building your concepts or foundation. So start from the chapter of supply, then comes the levy or charge of GST. After that, we have the place of supply chapter that tells you that what will be the place of supply, which helps us in determining the nature of supply, that is either interstate or intrastate. After that, we have the exemptions, that which all services are exempt from GST. Exemption for goods is not covered. Thereafter, we have the time of supply provisions, value of supply, and then ITC. So this is the sequence I think you should follow for studying the chapters. And then comes the enforcement provisions, demand and recovery appeals and revision, advance ruling, then offenses and penalties. These provisions should be done. After that, you can go to procedural aspects and then the remaining residual topics. So ABC analysis, which you can see here is, and in fact, as I already told you, it covers more than 50% of the syllabus. Pavan is asking, if possible, give me guidance about articleship firm selection. I meet 10 CA firm. Pavan, this is only for the academic help we generally provide. Articleship firm, you have to see which firm you want to opt for. You have selected 10, you have met 10 CA firms. It depends on how much you want to, how can you create a balance between your articleship as well as in your studies. So if you feel that I can study, it depends on one's personal physical capabilities also, then you're able to travel how much. You can go for a firm which is, far away, but it's a big firm. Or you want to go for a firm where work quality is good, but you get time also for your studies. So you want to balance between studies and articleship. You want some students, they opt for good articleship firms. So they feel that articleship should be from the top firm. Then I can stretch my study hours. After coming back, I will be able to study. I will manage somehow. Some students stay nearby places. At nearby places, they relocate. So this depends on one's individual preferences also, that which firm you should select. But I cannot name any firm that you should go for this particular firm. This is not the forum there where I can suggest you anything. How many revisions are required to get good marks? Very good question, Anugu Nikita. Ideally, you should have 2 revisions at least. Once you should revise, you should complete the entire syllabus, and then you should have 2 revisions of the entire syllabus, and last revision will be day before exam. This is how the ideal situation goes. Then it depends on at which stage of your studies you are. So if you are right now, if you have just gone through the entire syllabus, or you have just gone through the classes and you are revising, then also you can crack the exams. It depends on how efficiently you have gone through the classes, how efficiently you have done your first round of study. So first round of study has to be very, very effective. Then the number of revisions follow. So if your first round of study is effective, then you can quickly catch up in the revision rounds and revision period. And you can, some students, they cover in 1 revision itself. So they know the concept, whatever first round of study they have done it so thoroughly that they catch up in the 1 round of revision only. But it depends. If you feel no, in first round of revision you have still gaps in these studies, you are finding that mock test papers, when you are attempting, you're not able to attempt most of the questions, or majority of the questions you're not comfortable with, then what you should do is you have to do 1 more revision. So ideally you should do 2 revisions to secure good marks. So I think Pawan, your question is answered. In fact, during the examination, you should focus more on the presentation, because this is something which students generally lack, and they feel that they have attempted the paper where they should get 60 plus exemption, and what they end up getting is some in early 40s they end up getting the marks, or sometimes they are not able to even pass the paper. So in that case, generally, if that is the case with you, if you had appeared for the last examination and you have not succeeded because you feel that you were expecting higher marks but you did not get that marks, so one of the reasons could be your presentation, that you have not presented your answers well. Another reason could be that you have uh, you know attempted the paper and you feel that all your answers are correct, but there are gaps in your understanding and the way you have attempted. For that, you should definitely refer the suggested answers. So those who have appeared for May examination and could not succeed this time, they should refer the suggested answers, that how the answers are written and where what you have attempted, because right now you have everything fresh in your mind, so you can easily correlate that what you have actually written and what was actually expected from you, or what was the correct answer. Many questions you would have thought that these answers are correct and I will get full marks in these questions, but actually you have not got any marks in those questions. Always there is a stepwise marking in the indirect tax paper, and indirect tax paper. Okay, so I think with this we come to an end of this session. I hope all of your doubts are cleared, and let me see if any other query is left. No, no more queries are there. Okay. Yes. So with this, we come to an end of this session. Thank you so much, students. Wish you all the best for your forthcoming examination. And don't forget to appear for the mock test papers and watch the Success at CA exam session. Thank you so much. Thank you for the patient listening.
ये तो ऊपर दिखेगा, नीचे करना पड़ेगा। Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute joy to welcome you all to this best is yet to come session on integrated business solutions paper. Unlike conventional subjects that focus primarily on rules, standards, regulations, the IBS paper invites you to think beyond silos of theory and dive into real dynamics of finance, strategy, corporate governance, and taxation. Let us understand by taking a simple example. Okay. Imagine a listed healthcare company planning to expand its operations by setting up a multi-specialty hospital in Tier 2 city. At first glance, it appears to be a strategic decision, but such decision is not taken in isolation. Okay, it is deeply interconnected with regulatory, financial, taxation, and accounting considerations. Since the company is listed, therefore SEBI LODR regulations are very, very important. Okay. Acquisition of hospital land assets must be promptly disclosed to stock exchange. From a direct tax perspective, setting up of or operating a hospital qualifies as business activity and the company may explore deduction under Section 35 AD. Depreciation on medical equipment, TDS on payment of consultants, impact of MAT provisions, etc. Similarly, from indirect tax perspective, healthcare sector is partially exempt from GST. Therefore, some clinical establishments may not get full credit of input tax credit. Okay. Therefore, hence a detailed ITC strategy is required to optimize cost. Okay. From a financial management perspective, the project involves a large capital budgeting decision. Okay. For land acquisition, construction of hospital infrastructure, procurement of medical machinery. Therefore, capital budgeting is very, very important. But for this decision, hospital needs a large amount of money. Therefore, here company have to take decision whether they have to finance through debt, equity, or through external commercial borrowings. In terms of accounting, Ind AS 116 lease, Ind AS 38 intangible assets, Ind AS 115 revenue recognition is relevant here. Okay, if hospital uses equipment under lease, the company must apply Ind AS 116 for lease. If regarding suppose in hospital there are some types of software or proprietary app, therefore Ind AS 38 will be applicable, that is for intangible assets. Regarding revenue, hospitals income come from consultation, diagnostic, surgeries. Therefore, you have to consider while decision making Ind AS 115. Operationally, the hospital may enter into MOUs with the insurance provider, pharmaceutical companies, etc. In short, a straightforward expansion in healthcare sector requires integrated knowledge. Okay, it's a classic example of what integrated business solutions paper is. Please note that special session on IBS paper conducted every Friday 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. These sessions feature prominent chartered accountants who discuss real life case studies and share their practical experience. We encourage you to attend these sessions and benefit from their insights. In our previous session, we examined real examples of fast fashion, aviation, FMCG, tea, transportation sector, disruption. All case studies explained how strategic decisions are being made, and same is connected with other areas. Okay. Further, the recent released revision test paper includes two comprehensive case studies designed to improve your analytical and decision making skills. Okay. The first case study is based on dealership model in the automobile sector. It covers practical application of Section 293 of C. सर शुरू से स्टार्ट करें क्या? हेलो, शुरू से स्टार्ट करें? ओके, मैं फिर शुरू से ही स्टार्ट करता हूँ फिर. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute joy to welcome you all to this best is yet to come session on integrated business solutions paper brought to you by Board of Studies. Unlike conventional subjects that focus primarily on rules, standards, or calculation, the IBS paper invites you to link and think beyond the silos of theory and dive into real dynamics of finance, strategy, compliances, law, and taxation. Let us take an example. Imagine a listed healthcare company planning to expand its operations by setting up multi-specialty hospital in Tier 2 city. At first glance, this appears to be a strategic decision. However, such a decision is not taken in isolation. It is deeply interwoven with complex web of regulatory, finance, taxation, accounting considerations. Since the company is listed, therefore SEBI LODR regulations are very, very important. Okay. From a direct tax perspective, setting up and operating hospital qualifies for deduction under Section 35 AD. Okay. TDS on payment to consultants and impact of MAT provision, etc. will be applicable. Similarly, on indirect tax front, the healthcare sector is partially exempt While services provided by some medical clinical establishment may not attract GST, input tax credit on capital goods used for exempt service may be blocked. Therefore, a proper strategy of ITC credit is required. From a financial management perspective, the project involves large scale capital deployment for land acquisition, constructions, hospitals. ये ना बस खुद ही सेल्फ जो है म्यूट हो रहा है ऑटोमेटिकली इसमें। हाँ, हाँ जी। शुरू से। In terms of accounting and reporting, if the hospital uses equipment under lease, the company must apply Ind AS 116 lease, properly recognize right of use assets and related liabilities. Ind AS 38 intangible assets may be applied to hospital management software or other apps. While Ind AS 115 revenue recognition governs how income from consultation, diagnostic, surgeries, wellness program is recorded. Operationally, the hospital may enter into MOU with insurance provider, partner with pharmaceutical companies. Okay. In short, seamless, straightforward expansion in healthcare sector demands integrated knowledge from taxation, law, audit, accounting standard, and financial strategic management. Okay, it is a classic example how ICA's integrated business solutions paper train students to connect dots across subjects and drive strategic, regulatory, compliant, and commercially viable decisions. Okay. Now, please note that special sessions on integrated business solution paper are conducted every Friday from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. These sessions feature prominent chartered accountants who discuss real life case studies and share their practical experiences. We encourage you to attend sessions and benefit from their insights. In our previous sessions, we examined real life examples from fast fashion, aviation, FMCG, tea, hospitality, transportation sector, each illustrating how business strategy, regulatory compliances, and financial performance are closely interconnected. Okay. Further, the recently released case study digest volume 2. This edition features a range of real life industry relevant case studies carefully curated to enhance your understanding and application of multidisciplinary concepts. The recently released revision test paper includes 2 comprehensive case studies designed to strengthen your analytical and decision-making skills. Okay. We encourage you to go through the material thoroughly, and your feedback and suggestions are most welcome and will help us continue to improve these resources for your benefit. Now, students, this is about IBS. Okay. Now, please go ahead and raise your queries. This query is how to prepare for the IBS exam for coming attempt. Students, begin your preparation by revising the fundamental concepts from the core subjects like financial reporting, advanced financial management, auditing, taxation. Okay. These provide the technical foundation needed to tackle this paper. Okay. Simultaneously focus on key strategic and regulatory areas. Focus on strategic models like Porter 5 Forces, McKinsey 7S, value chain, supply chain management. No legal provisions. Okay. SEBI LODR's regulations are very important in case if company is listed. From AFM Forex concepts are very crucial in case of international operations. FEMA regulations are also very relevant in case of international transactions. The Board of Studies has provided a wide range of resources. Please log in on BOS Knowledge Portal and use resources like Case Study Digest, case studies given in Students' Journal, revision test papers, and mock test papers. Okay. Currently, there are more than 100 case studies available on the portal. Kindly go through all case studies. Okay. Now, don't miss these steps. What I am going to explain by by July end. Look out for new case studies in the RTP. Attempt them without referring to suggested answers. These might be tricky and complex, but it will help you in your exam preparation. Okay. After this, attempt mock test paper 1 in exam-like condition. It will help you to identify your weak area, practice time management, gain confidence, and use the feedback to improve over coming few weeks. By August end, attempt mock test paper 2 and fine-tune your approach. It is very important to treat every case study like a real business problem. The IBS paper is not just about solving questions, it is about thinking like a decision maker. Next query is, I am appearing for group 2. How can I prepare for group 1 papers, especially for the IBS exam? This is a very good question. Here is a strategy. Okay. Even if you are focusing on group 2, it's a good idea to select 1 or 2 papers from group 1. Okay. Financial reporting. This is, I personally recommend everyone to go ahead and study this subject in very deep. A strong grip on FR will not only help you score well in IBS, but also help or it will be very useful in your professional life. It builds the foundation for application of accounting standards. Advanced financial management. If you are well versed in calculation, then you may go ahead with this. Okay. Auditing. If you have good practical experience, you may go ahead with auditing. Okay. Regarding self-paced module set A, corporate governance portion is very, very important. Most case studies involve body corporate, therefore every type of question can be connected with law paper. If the company is listed, again as SEBI LODR is very, very important. Regarding strategic cost management, this is core for decision making in IBS. Focus on understanding models like Porter 5 Forces, McKinsey 7S, value chain, etc. But what about remaining subjects? Okay, you don't need to study every subject in very, very deep, but you should have at least basic understanding of all areas. Why basic understanding? Because if you know the concept in a well manner, then you can easily connect the concept with the requirement of the question, and you can easily apply with the help of your IBS resources. That's why I am saying in addition to group 2 papers, select 1 or 2 papers from group 1 and simultaneously have basic conceptual understanding of others paper, so that you can solve the requirement of the case study by applying your open book resources. Okay. Next query. This query is I have not studied the self-paced module in detail. What should I do now? I sincerely request all of you to take them seriously. Set A covers corporate and economic laws. One thing is certain, one thing is 100% certain. The Companies Act will apply to almost all companies discussed in the case studies. Whether it's a multiple choice question or descriptive question, therefore it is sure you will get questions from the Companies Act, or especially from the corporate governance portion. Since in today's context where corporate failures are increasing, reported corporate governance becomes highly relevant. Questions based on this topic are generally simple and can be connected easily with the case studies. See past trend of your examination. You will find in every examination there are 2 or 3 questions from this portion. Corporate governance covers like director's appointment, director's remuneration, this portion. Okay, if the company is listed, SEBI LODR is important. Therefore, SEBI LODR, you have knowledge of this portion. Okay, for foreign operations or foreign remittance, you must be aware of FEMA. Okay, overall you can expect 15 to 20 marks questions from this area. Okay. Regarding set B focus on strategic models like Porter's 5 Forces, value chain, McKinsey 7X, etc. For these models, please make a mind map, and that mind map will be very useful in your examination conditions. Okay. In summary, you should have solid conceptual understanding. Okay. If you have solid conceptual understanding, only then you can apply the concepts. Next question is, please tell what are the books we need to take to examination hall during IBS exam. Students, feel free to refer any study material you are comfortable with, any type of material. But I advise to carry the material that form the foundation of your preparation. Okay, as it will be very useful. Your own notes, your own assignments, your own working sheet, your own mind map is very, very important. Okay. In addition of mind maps or chart, you have created uh, to simplify concepts like Companies Act, SEBI, LODR, FEMA, Ind AS, etc. These are very, very important. Some students make index, okay, but I say best index is your mind. If you have studied a concept one time or two times, you can easily correlate the concept with the exam's requirement. Okay, suppose in an examination a question says to assess competitive environment. If you have studied Porter's 5 forces model, then you can easily correlate and open that particular page from your resource and reply the answer. When you make it yourself, you remember the flow better and know exactly where to find what during the exam. It helps you to link concepts quickly and apply them under time pressure. Remember, the focus of this exam is on application and analysis, not just recall. So take those materials that help you apply what you have already understood. Next query. This is a good question. What should be my focus during last 1.5 days before the IBS exam? In the last 1.5 days before the exam, focus on revising key concepts from your strong subjects like FR, audit, taxation. Give special attention to strategic concepts from Set B, corporate governance portion from Set A, SEBI LODR, FEMA, Ind AS, Forex portion, because a question can be easily connected with this area. That's why I am saying don't ignore strategic concepts, corporate governance portion, SEBI LODR, FEMA, Forex. Okay. Go through 2-3 case scenarios and observe how answers are structured. Okay. How questions are approached, how models are applied, how conclusions are drawn. Okay. On the final day, revise your summary notes or mind maps. On the last day, revise your summary notes or mind maps. Do not overload yourself with new content. Okay. Stay comfortable and relaxed. I assure you, if you have good conceptual understanding, then you can easily crack this exam. Not only crack, but also get good marks. Okay. The exam is not about how much you memorize, it's about how well you apply your knowledge in structured decision makers mindset. For this September exam, amendments notified up to Feb 2025 will be applicable. Okay. However, next query. This is students. Now I will explain you the concept behind this paper in Hindi. Okay, स्टूडेंट्स, सबसे पहले इस पेपर के अंदर आप ये देखिए कि एक डिसीजन के साथ किस तरीके से जो सब्जेक्ट्स हैं वो कनेक्टेड हैं। ठीक है, मैं हमेशा एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ कि किस तरीके से एक, जैसे कई बार कंपनी को कोई स्ट्रेटेजिक डिसीजन लेना पड़ता है और उसके साथ जो है अदर जो सब्जेक्ट्स हैं वो कनेक्टेड हैं। जैसे मैंने अभी एग्जांपल दिया हॉस्पिटल का। ठीक है, तो इसमें जो है हमारे जो फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग हो गया, एडवांस फाइनेंशियल मैनेजमेंट हो गया, और लॉ और अदर कंप्लायंसेस जो हैं वो कनेक्ट हैं। ठीक है, कभी भी कोई स्ट्रेटेजिक डिसीजन लेना होगा तो उसके साथ जो है दूसरे सब्जेक्ट कनेक्टेड रहेंगे। यही इंटीग्रेटेड बिजनेस सॉल्यूशन पेपर है। अब मेन इशू ये आता है कि इस पेपर के अंदर बच्चों को कि हमने तो सर ग्रुप 2 की स्टडी की हुई है। ठीक है, अब हम ग्रुप 1 के पेपर कैसे करें। देखिए स्टूडेंट्स, यहाँ पे आपको थोड़ा सा माइंडसेट चेंज करने की जरूरत है। तो लेकिन हम माइंडसेट को कैसे चेंज करेंगे? माइंडसेट को आप इस तरीके से चेंज कीजिए, आप ये अज्यूम कीजिए आप ग्रुप 1 से कोई एक या दो पेपर सेलेक्ट कीजिए और उनको थोरोली पढ़िए। आप ये सोचिए कि ये पेपर आपका आईबीएस क्लियर नहीं करेगा, ये पेपर आपको आगे रियल लाइफ में भी काम आएगा। ठीक है, अगर आपने एफर्ट लिया तो वो इंडेस आपको आगे काम आने वाले हैं। ठीक है, एएफएम लिया तो वो आपको आगे काम आने वाला है, ऑडिटिंग लिया वो आपको आगे काम आने वाला है। तो थोरोली पढ़ो। ठीक है, आप ये नहीं सोचो कि ग्रुप 2 के अंदर दो पेपर हैं, आप सोचो कि ग्रुप 2 में कम से कम 3 या 4 पेपर है। ठीक है, सेकंड, अब सेल्फ पेस्ड का क्या करें? सेल्फ पेस्ड तो हमने सीरियसली नहीं पढ़ा। सेल्फ पेस्ड का जो है आप कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है वहां पे। ठीक है, तो कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। क्यों? क्योंकि कोई भी कंपनी होगी ना तो उसके वहां से कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस का क्वेश्चन आने के पूरे चांस है। कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस में आपका कवर हो गया डायरेक्टर अपॉइंटमेंट, डायरेक्टर रेमुनरेशन एक्सेट्रा। ठीक है, आप पास्ट ट्रेंड देख लो एग्जाम का। तो इसलिए उसको बिल्कुल भी इग्नोर नहीं कीजिए। क्यों? क्योंकि हर एक कंपनी इंसॉल्वेंट नहीं हो सकती, लेकिन हर एक कंपनी के ऊपर कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस अप्लाई हो सकता है। सेकंड, फेमा। फेमा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। कहीं भी फॉरेक्स की ट्रांजेक्शन होगी तो एक तो एएफएम से फॉरेन एक्सचेंज का क्वेश्चन कनेक्ट होगा। ठीक है, और फेमा का क्वेश्चन भी कनेक्ट हो सकता है। तो इसलिए प्लीज फॉरेन एक्सचेंज और फेमा बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। आप पास्ट ट्रेंड भी देख लीजिए एग्जाम का। ठीक है, इसी तरीके से स्ट्रेटेजिक मॉडल्स जो हैं वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं और इजीली, क्योंकि उन्हीं के बेस पर जो है एक केस स्टडी को कनेक्ट किया जा सकता है, लाइक पोर्टर 5 वर्सेस मैकेंजी 7 एक्सेट्रा। तो इसलिए आपको जो स्ट्रेटेजिक मॉडल्स हैं एटलीस्ट उनका बेसिक आइडिया होना चाहिए कि क्या वो मॉडल्स हैं, उनको कैसे अप्लाई करें। तो आईबीएस के एग्जाम के अंदर आप जब जाएंगे तो ये मतलब एक जो आप क्या लेके जाएंगे। ठीक है, अब एक ये भी क्वेश्चन आता है कि क्या क्या मटेरियल मेरे को कैरी करना है। जो आपके ओन नोट्स हैं, जो आपके जो अपने नोट्स हैं, जो आपने खुद से ड्राफ्ट किए हैं, वो आपका बेस्ट मटेरियल है। ठीक है, जो आपका जो बेस्ट इंडेक्स है वो आपका माइंड मैप है, माइंड है आपका। ठीक है, तो इसलिए मेरी आपको एडवाइस ये है कि अगर आपको कॉन्सेप्चुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, अगर आपने उसे पहली बार पढ़ा हुआ है, तो आप अपना माइंड का इंडेक्स यूज करके आप एग्जाम में कोई भी क्वेश्चन आएगा उसको क्रैक कर लोगे ओपन बुक रिसोर्स को अप्लाई करके। लेकिन अगर आपने वो कॉन्सेप्ट्स को पढ़ा ही नहीं है तो आप कर ही नहीं पाओगे। वहां पहले तो एग्जाम में ढूंढोगे, अगर मिल गया तो अप्लाई करोगे, अप्लाई नहीं हुआ तो फंस गए, और अगर अप्लाई हो भी गया तो पता नहीं करोगे या नहीं सही कर पाओगे या नहीं कर पाओगे, और सही कर भी दिया तो इतनी देर में क्या होगा, दूसरे क्वेश्चन का टाइम किल हो जाएगा। तो इसलिए मैं आपको अगेन कह रहा हूं, सभी सब्जेक्टों की बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग होनी जरूरी है, ठीक है। देयरफॉर यू मस्ट हैव बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ all concepts, but simultaneously you can select one or two subjects from group 1 so that you have strong control on this subject. Okay, students, any other query? हाँ, यहाँ पे एक बात बतानी और जरूरी है, जब भी आप किसी भी केस स्टडी का आंसर ड्राफ्ट करोगे, ठीक है, अब सपोज एग्जाम में कोई केस स्टडी आती है, first start with requirement part. First start with requirement part. Okay. Then see what models are required or what accounting standard, what regulation etc required. सबसे पहले केस स्टडी को देखें और देखें उसके रिक्वायरमेंट पार्ट में कि उसके अंदर क्या आपने अप्लाई करना है, ठीक है, कौन सा इंडेस अप्लाई हो रहा है, इंडेस 41, इंडेस 108, और कौन सी रेगुलेशन अप्लाई हो रही है, ठीक है, ठीक है। रिक्वायरमेंट पार्ट देख लिया, साइमल्टेनियसली यू हैव टू चेक एमसीक्यूज आल्सो। ओके, स्टार्ट रीडिंग केस स्टडी एंड मेक रफ स्केच ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट्स। सपोज a question says to assess competitive environment. If you have to assess competitive environment, everyone knows to assess competitive environment, the model prescribed for this is Potter's five forces, and Potter's five forces have five forces. When you read case study, note down important points connected with five forces. Okay, अब आपको पता है कि फाइव फोर्सेस, पांच फोर्सेस जो है हमारी कौन कौन सी हैं। जब आप केस स्टडी को रीड करेंगे तो आप उसको कनेक्ट कीजिए, किससे कनेक्ट कीजिए, अपने फाइव फोर्सेस से, और उसका एक स्केच बना लीजिए, ठीक है। व्हेन यू राइट फाइनल आंसर, देन दिस स्केच विल बी वेरी वेरी यूजफुल। ये जो स्केच है ना, ये आपका बहुत यूजफुल होगा। कभी भी कोई केस स्टडी को जब भी आप रिप्लाई करें, पहले रिक्वायरमेंट पार्ट पे जाएं, उसके बाद उसको रीडिंग स्टार्ट करें। जब रीडिंग स्टार्ट करेंगे तो उसका स्केच बनाएं विद द हेल्प ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट्स एंड रिलेवेंट मॉडल स्टैंडर्ड्स। ओके, स्टूडेंट्स, एनी अदर क्वेरी? सिंपली सर्च एंड पेस्ट वोंट वर्क हियर। ओके, इस एग्जाम का मतलब ये नहीं है कि सीधा आप अपने ओपन बुक रिसोर्स से जो है आइटम क्वेश्चन के आंसर ढूंढ रहे हैं और ढूंढ के उसको आंसर शीट में लिख रहे हैं, इसका मतलब ये नहीं है, ठीक है। अगर आपको कॉन्सेप्चुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, ओनली देन यू कैन reply. Okay. Thank you, students. This was from my side. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this particular session, brief session, I must say that, particularly to answer your queries. And some of you may not have, qualified the recent examination, and some may be, preparing for the future. So whatever the queries is there in your mind, the Board of Studies has taken this initiative, to help you. And in this particular session, myself, Dr. N.N. Sengupta, and my colleague, CM Mayank Jain, we both will be talking about the cost and management accounting. Obviously, we are having certain information to share with you, but it will be always very nice if we can get certain questions from your side. So first of all, you just let me know, if any question is there related to this particular subject. So first, maybe we can take that, questions. If you have, very quickly you can ask. Otherwise, we are having some information and we can share with that. I think you can start, Mayank, and then whenever the question will be coming for related to cost and management accounting, we will be taking those questions.
Sure. Yeah, first of all, we'll start with the structure of the question paper. So accordingly, you can prepare yourself how to attempt for the exam and how to score good marks in your exam. So basically, the syllabus is divided into two parts. One is case scenario based MCQs, and another part is of descriptive questions. So case scenario based is of 30 marks, and the descriptive part is of 70 marks. So when you are preparing for the case scenarios, you have to go through some things or some information, just how to attempt the case scenario or just how to solve it. First of all, you have to read the questions. Then you have to read the case scenario. In this way, you come to know what are the requirements of the questions, and then when you read the case scenario, you already know the questions. Whenever you get the point or the information from the case scenario, you can underline those information, and you can solve those questions as well as when you are reading the case scenarios. So this is the most important point when you are solving the case scenario. And there are caselets in the basically the MCQs based on the case scenarios are also asked in the question paper. And now comes to your descriptive part. There are total of 6 questions. One is mandatory and the other 5 questions, and the one is of theory question. So this is the basic about the weightage or the structure of the question paper. Now, when you are preparing for the paper, you have to know about the weightage, skill-wise weightage of the question paper. Basically, the theoretical part covers the 20 to 30%, and the practical part covers 70 to 80%. So when you are preparing cost and management accounting, students just prepare practical question, they ignore the theoretical part. So theoretical part covers 20 to 30%, maybe around 20 to 25% marks. So it covers almost 25% of your examination paper. So don't ignore the theory part also. You have to read and understand the theory part from the study material. You may go through the MTPs, RTPs, and application-based theory questions, how question is derived, and what is the requirement of the question. Accordingly, you have to answer the questions. So this is the basic about the structure and the weightage of the question paper. Now we'll come to the how to prepare and how to start studying for the cost and management accounting. First of all, cost and management accounting is a real life subject. You have to apply the costing in the manufacturing industry or a service industry, or maybe in your business also. So when you are preparing or when you are going through the cost and management accounting, you have to clear your concepts first. How any formula is derived, what is the logic behind that formula, and if there is any theory part, you have to understand what is the main purpose of this question, and how this question is how the points are following. So this is the basic about the theory part, and the conceptual clarity is must for everything, for formula, for attempting a question, or for applying it in a real life also. So once your concepts are clear, you are able to grasp the question easily and answer it accordingly. So one and the most important point is conceptual clarity. Now, once your concept, yeah,
Before you go for the preparation, I think two question is there. Let us finish these two questions. The first question, Prince Sony is asking that how to utilize 15 minutes in examination. So I think you can read the question
yes,
paper very, very carefully, and probably mentally you can also select that which are the question you will be attempting, and particularly the first question which you will be attempting, and what are the other question you may attempt. However, by seeing some of the question which may appear difficult in the initial citing those question, you should not be worried about anything. So first 15 minutes, you read the question paper very carefully. Instruction you should read very carefully, that how many question is given, how many question has to be given, maybe case scenario if it is available related to which topic. So some of the things you can visualize that, okay, if it is related to cost sheet, that okay, prime cost will be there, then work cost will be there, then factory cost will be there, work cost or factory cost, then cost of production, cost of goods sold, sales. So visualization thinking, that's the major. I mean, it's not reading the question paper, but a lot of thinking you need to do after seeing the question paper. And like before the war, somebody goes for a planning, you know. Very recently, we have also seen a war between two countries. So, it cannot be done suddenly. So that 15 minutes is basically for your mental preparation, and you should be very tough mentally, to face any kind of situation. And you can also decide like which is the question you should be studying. That's, I feel, always Mayank, is very
yes,
important. As a student, we have also seen, obviously, you have
absolutely,
done
sir.
your charter accountancy later on, so you have also seen it. But if your first question goes well, then it gives you a lot of confidence.
Absolutely, sir.
So that's, I think, very, very
Uh,
clear to you.
one more thing I want to add here. After utilizing the 15 minutes, before attempting the answer paper, give yourself 2 minutes to calm your mind. Before writing anything, just give 2 minutes to calm your mind, then start writing accordingly.
Right. So basically, mental toughness, and that's why I feel that like preparation, CM Mayank will be discussing, and in the preparation also practice the mock test paper in examination condition. If you are appearing in branch or any regional offices, fine. Otherwise, if you are appearing at home, you please ask somebody to monitor you, and you should be able to finish the paper within the stipulated time what has been given it to you, so that you get habitual of facing those kind of scenario, in real practical, examination time. So you practice the mock test paper in such a way like you are appearing in the final examination. That will also help you. Second question is from Par Bhatia. Please guide us about the paper presentation and how to gain marks. I think paper presentation, few of the things should be very clear. I think some of the points we'll be also covering. Like your heading should be very clear. So when you are doing numerical question, for an example, your heading, okay, you are calculating bonus scheme, for an example, bonus as per the Rawan scheme, bonus as per the health scheme, or any other question you are giving, that okay, profit required to get a break-even point. So heading is very, very important. And if requires, some subheading also can be given. Number one. Number two, it should be very, very clear that what you are writing, and you should not be, overstepping anything. If there are 5 steps, please write all 5 steps in the examination itself. Obviously, in case scenario, you can, go other way around. You can, calculate mentally. You can calculate by writing in short, etc., etc. Theoretical question, when you are answering, please answer to the point. Please keep in mind what is the marks which is allocated to that particular question. So a question which may be asked for 2 marks, its question can also be asked for 4 marks. So when 4 marks, and if you can write point wise, so maybe 4 points or 6 points you can write. For 2 marks, maybe you 2 point or 3 point you can write. So accordingly, as per the marks allocated to the question, you please write down, and your presentation should be very, very crystal clear. So there should not be any ambiguity in your mind. Write down very crisply, very short and to the point. Don't give any vague or sketchy answer. What we say, that's what you have written, it's not very clear. Even what you are writing, you are also not very clear. Please keep in mind, examiner is also educated and he will understand that whether you have written it correctly or not. So accordingly, it is your duty to make the examiner understand that what you have written and what is your point of view, and you write to the point answer. And if possible, in the numerical question, if main answer what is there in the question paper as a requirement, if you can underline or put a box, if time permits, so that it can be easily matched that how it can be done. Okay, so that should be very, very clear. Mine, please.
Yeah. So if anybody has any other doubt, you may ask.
Good afternoon, sir.
So we are doing the preparation strategies. So as I already said, you have to conceptually clear. Don't just memorize. You have to understand the basic logic behind everything, the cost behavior or the technique or the application of a particular cost, and the understand the logic behind every formula. Now, as I sir already said, practice MTPs, RTPs, past year papers under the examination conditions. If possible, visit the nearest branch to attend the MTPs. Now, join the live virtual classes as per the time allows and as per your conditions. It will clear all your doubts and the concept. And once your LVC classes are cleared, Board of Studies also organize the live virtual classes for the revision. You may attempt those revisionary classes before the exam to clear your doubts and practice all the practical questions as well as the theory questions. Now, make a timetable that you have to prepare any chapter or a topic. In that case, you have to just prepare that chapter or the topic, not within a time limit. It's up to you. You have to complete it within the 2 hours or 3 hours. Don't just force yourself that my friend has completed the chapter or the topic within 2 hours or 3 hours. I have to complete the same within 2 hours. It's up to you, your capabilities, your smart work, or basically your hard work. You have to give accordingly 2 hours or 3 hours or 4 hours, but just make up your mind that you have to complete this chapter within 1 day or 2 days. Don't just be so lazy or so, I can say, irregular. Just that's you are preparing one chapter in 2 days and another chapter in 5 days. You have to keep yourself focused that I have to complete this chapter or this topic in 1 day, whether in 2 hours or 3 hours. And when you complete any topic or chapter in 1 or 2 hours, you got the remaining time, you can use that time for another things, just like preparing for the another subject, or maybe for some fun part. You may go outside, do something, do physical activities, do some exercise. So make timetable, but don't be a just आपको मतलब उसको एक फोकस करके आपको उसको पकड़ के नहीं चलना है कि अब मुझे यही करना है, बस इसको मैंने बना दिया, मुझे इसे करना ही करना है. उसमें थोड़ी सी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी होनी चाहिए कि आज मैंने अगर करा है तो आज मुझे यही करना है. अब 2 घंटे में 3 घंटे वो मेरे ऊपर है. Next, you may go through the Saransh for the revision part, but if possible, try to make your own formula sheet, because when you write with your own hands, वो चीज आपको मतलब अच्छे से याद रहती है बाद तक भी, क्योंकि जब हम हाथ से कुछ लिखते हैं, when you write anything with our hands, it remains in our memory for a longer period of time. So you have to make your own formula sheet for variances, stock level, bonus plans, CVP analysis, etc., etc. So and also understand the basic formula, basic logic. When you are writing any formula, you have to just memorize what is the logic behind that formula, how it is derived. So if possible, you may make a chart how any formula is derived. So in this way, you can prepare for the subject, for basically most importantly for the practical subject. In this way, you can prepare. Next, one thing, when you are doing the paper in the examination condition, you have to take only 3 hours in the same time as per the exam time. And when you are attempt a question paper, you have to just match your answer with the suggested answers when you are attempting a previous year question paper. And when you compare yourself, you may know the structure and the expectation, where you are going wrong and what are your mistakes and how you can improve your writing, whether you are able to attempt the exam within the 3 hours, or how much marks you are able to attempt within the 3 hours. In this way, you are well prepared for the exam. Next, what are the common mistakes students do in the examinations? As I already said, when you lack conceptual understanding, you just got confused in many formulas or many concepts. Like you may got confused between the ROQ and EOQ if you are not very clear in your mind. You may got confused within the stock levels and the bonus plan. You may confuse within the Halsey plan and the Rowan plan. This, and when you are clear your mind conceptually, you don't have to be just think for what is the REQ and the EOQ, what is the actual requirement. You just see the question and you just know what is the requirement of the question. Requirement of the question is for the ROQ or any particular stock level. You just answer the question. Next, some of the chapter specific mistake, we can take example like in standard costing. You just remember the formula, but when you are in exam condition, sitting in exam condition, you just forget, you just mix all the formulas, like what is the yield variance and the efficiency variance or the mix variance. You just got confused between the yield variance and the mix variance. And when you got the meaning of mix and the yield, जब आप समझेंगे कि मिक्स में क्या यूज होता है, मिक्स में क्या डिफरेंसेस है, यील्ड में क्या यूज होता है, क्या डिफरेंसेस है, आपको क्लियर रहेगा माइंड में कि ये मेरी रिक्वायरमेंट है, यील्ड के लिए मुझे ये डाटा चाहिए, क्वेश्चन में मुझसे यील्ड मांगा है और यील्ड का मतलब ये होता है ये मेरी रिक्वायरमेंट है. आप बिना गलती के उसके आप उसको सॉल्व कर सकते हो. जस्ट लाइक प्रोसेस कॉस्टिंग में आप देखोगे तो जहाँ पे इश्यू आता है स्टूडेंट्स को, वो है वेस्टेज कैलकुलेशन. Wastage calculation is basically the reverse calculation, but student don't able to get how to calculate the wastage. They just memorize or learn the formula how to calculate wastage, but they are not able to get how the process account is calculating the wastage. So you have to understand the calculation as well as the way of calculating the wastage. Under ABC, sometimes students are unable to hunt down the cost center and the cost driver. वो कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं कि उनको कॉस्ट सेंटर क्या है, इसमें इस पर्टिकुलर कॉस्ट का कॉस्ट ड्राइवर क्या है. तो वंस यू आर गोइंग थ्रू द चैप्टर, यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ कॉस्ट ड्राइवर एंड द कॉस्ट सेंटर एंड हाउ a particular cost run. These are the some example of chapter specific mistakes. And some other common mistakes in the exam are poor time management. Basically, time management is up to you, because as sir already said, you have to first attempt those questions in which you are clear. You can solve that question within the particular time. And when you're starting a question paper, you just give more time to those questions which you know and give more and more time. आपको उस क्वेश्चन को जल्दी खत्म करना है. ये नहीं है आपको आता है पूरा क्वेश्चन तो आप उसको आराम आराम से कर रहे हो, उसको आप मतलब इतना शाइन करने में लग रहे हो कि आपने पूरा टाइम उसको दे दिया. आपको उसको जल्दी करना है अगर आपको आता है तो. बाकी जो आपको क्वेश्चन नहीं आते हैं, ये जिसमें आपको थोड़ा सा सोचना पड़ेगा, आपको उनको टाइम देना है, उन क्वेश्चंस को टाइम देना है. नेक्स्ट इज समटाइम्स यू नो द सॉल्यूशन बट यू डोंट नो हाउ टू प्रेजेंट द आंसर. when you don't know the presentation, just try to use the common formats used in the answers and you can make your own format, but be specific. आपका मतलब फॉर्मेट ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए एक इंफॉर्मेशन आपकी यहाँ पे है, उसकी जगह नेक्स्ट इंफॉर्मेशन जस्ट यू हैव टू बी उसके नीचे होनी चाहिए आपकी एक इंफॉर्मेशन वो अगले नेक्स्ट पेज पे आ रही है. तो यू हैव टू यूज पर्टिकुलर फॉर्मेट्स so that all the information in the answer be in a sequence. There should not be any mix and match. Next is confusion in formulas. You got confused in the exam, which formula is to be used and which method is to be used. You have to be conceptually cleared for that thing. There is one query from Manjal Agarwal. Should we solve RTP chapter wise or just complete entire syllabus first? So it's upon you. When you have done a particular chapter, you may go through the RTP for that particular chapter. And once you are gone through the complete syllabus, you may go through the RTP again for the complete subject. So it's up to you whether you want to follow the chapter wise. But one thing to be specific over here, you can follow the chapter wise, but at the end, when you prepare all the chapter, you have to solve the RTP in a one go for the complete subject. So this is the logic behind solving the RTP. And another mistakes in the exam, we continue for the common mistakes, is you give, if you know the theory part, you start with the theory questions and you give a lot of time for the theory questions. Never ever start with the theory questions. You have to do some practical questions, then you may start with the theory question or try to answer the theory question in the last, until unless you know the theory very well and you know you have to write those specific points or those two-liner points or three-liner point. You can answer one theory question in 5 minutes or the maximum 10 minutes. Then only answer the theory question in the beginning or in the mid. Otherwise, you have to answer the theory question in the last. These are the common mistakes. So you can avoid them by following the particular strategy and calming your mind during the exams. And one more important thing, just know the information and the requirement of the question properly. When you read the question, you are in the pressure, you just got confused. What is the requirement of the question and what is the actual information given in the question paper? So when you read the question, you have to just read it carefully and mark those requirements and the information which are important for the answering the question. This is where you need your calm mind and the conceptual clarity is needed. There is one more query from Par Bhatia. Sir, like in theory, we have to write keywords or we can explain in own language or how to cover theory as there are so much to study in theory. So while preparing for the theory, you have to read and understand the concept. In this way, you have to learn basically the point headers from the book, of course. For inner part, you have to understand it and you have to learn the important or the phrases from the particular topic or particular chapter. Like in first chapter introduction, you have to learn the headings. Along with this, you have to understand the concept in that particular heading and you have to also learn some pointers from that particular point. In this way, you can learn the theory or understand the theory and you are able to answer the theory questions properly. You can write in your language, but answer should be to the point and the specific point. So this is your
one or two more question is there. I think number one is that should we solve RTP chapter wise or just to complete the entire syllabus first? I think revised test paper, it will be better if you complete the syllabus and then accordingly you can solve the the whole RTP at one go. Second, like in theory, we have to write keywords or we can explain in own language and how to cover theory as there is so much to study. I think brief notes you can prepare chapter wise so that when you will be covering the brief notes, it will cover your everything. And whenever the theoretical question will come, you can write from your clearance of that your concept itself. Okay, that should be the major way of doing it. I think it's very clear to you. Any other question you have, you just let me know. I think we'll be starting with another session. Faculty is waiting for you. And chapter wise, I think mistakes you have explained.
Yes.
So that please have a look that where generally the students goes wrong or you goes wrong. So that part you should be taking care so that there is no repetition in those areas. Right? So that's all from our side, and thank you very
Thank you
much
so
for
much.
attending the session.
Good afternoon, students. Welcome to the session for the subject SEA Intermediate Paper 5 Auditing and Ethics. And today we are going to discuss about the auditing subject, auditing and ethics. Best is yet to come, right? So before we proceed further, first we need to understand how many chapters are there, right? How many sections are there and what is the weightage for that particular chapter or particular section, right? So our whole syllabus is divided into 9 sections. That is 11 chapters of the CA Intermediate Paper 5 Auditing and Ethics subject. And these are further segregated into 9 sections. And if we start preparing, because generally students tend to do selective study. So rather than having selective study, we should be knowing about the weightage of each and every topic. So our first chapter is covered in our section 1 and weightage for the same is 4% to 6%. Means minimum 5 marks or maximum it is of 7 marks, right? Nature, objective and scope of audit. And each and every exam you will find the question from this chapter, okay? Then moving towards section 2, that is our audit strategy, audit planning and audit program. And weightage for this chapter is 8% to 12%, means 9 marks to 14 marks. And same way, we are having our chapter 3 risk assessment and internal control. And in this chapter, this is forming part of section 3, and weightage is 8% to 12%. Again, that is 9 marks to 14 marks, right? So for section 2 and 3, weightage is same. If we move towards next section, section 4. Section 4 is audit evidence and audit documentation, right? So we are having two chapters, chapter 4 and chapter 6. So both the chapters are forming part of section 4, and weightage is 12% to 18%, means 14 marks to 21 marks. Okay. And a very important section, very difficult topic which you find, that is section 5, audit of items of financial statements. Okay, only single chapter, and weightage is maximum 12% to 20%. It means 14 marks minimum, and maximum it is of 24 marks. So students, please don't ignore this chapter, because generally when we interact with the student, they share their feedback. Ma'am, this chapter is so vast, so we used to leave this chapter, but it is the heart of the chapter syllabus, because when we are professional, when we go for audit, or when we go to any industry, how to read the financial statement, how to verify, how to ensure whether it is giving correct and fair view, right? True and fair view. So for that, this chapter is very important, because each and every item is being discussed in this chapter, and it carries maximum weightage, that is 12% to 20%, and it is nothing else. In this chapter, each and every item of financial statements, that is forming part of your income statement or your balance sheet, okay, each and every individual item is discussed over here in accordance with schedule 3, and how to ensure whether it is coming as per the same, and for that we need to check the assertions. Okay, so that part is being discussed over in this chapter, chapter 5. And then we are having next section, section 6, that is chapter 7, as chapter 6 was forming part of section 4. And when we are talking about section 6, the chapter completion and review, means 8% to 12% weightage is given to chapter 7, that is section 6. And 8% to 12%, it means, I have already told you, that 9 marks to 14 marks. So we saw that section 2, section 3, and this section 6. And now on the screen, you can see that section 7 is also there. So 8% to 12% for their audit report chapter also, means 9 to 14 marks. So you have seen that for 4 sections, the weightage is 9 to 14 marks, means 8% to 12%, right? So, and last but not least, last 2 sections. In section 8, we are having 2 chapters, that is audit of different type of entities, means all the different type of entities are covered over here, not for profit organization, trust, society, partnership firm, educational institution, hotels, club, hospitals, right? And basics of LLP, cooperative society audit, all are covered in this chapter, and audit of bank as well. And weightage for the same is 12% to 18%, means minimum of 14 marks, and maximum it is of 21 marks. And last but not least, very important topic, ethics and terms of audit engagement, that is section 9, and weightage is 8% to 10%, means weightage is 9 marks to 12 marks. In this chapter, ethics and terms of audit engagement, what we discuss, what is the meaning of ethics, whether ethics is state of mind or it is need for professional ethics. Then we need to understand what is the principle based approach or rule based approach, right? Whether it is ethical or legal. Then fundamental principles, 5 fundamental principles, threats, independence of auditor, right? Safeguards. And apart from this, we are also, we also discussed essay 210, essay 220 in this chapter. Essay 210 talks about terms of audit engagement, right? Agreement on audit engagement terms. And essay 220 and basic and overview, or basic overview and introduction of SQC1 is also here discussed in this chapter 11, right? So this is all what is about that is all about your skill wise and section wise weightage. Fine. So I just want to talk to you regarding the strategies, common mistakes which students tend to do. First mistake we then tend to do is we apply biased approach. We are not fully preparing for auditing subject as like for any practical subject. So please allot equal time, if not equal, but not very less also, and continuity is very, very important. So that is essential for success. If we want to be successful, if we want to get good marks in the auditing subject, we need to ensure that we are allocating good amount of time, right? So that we are through with the concept, we are through with the revision. And at this point of time, today we are on 16th of July. I feel you all have covered your syllabus once and you are at your revision stage. So we need to have at least 2 to 3 cycle of revision, then mock test paper, case scenario booklet coverage. Of course, we can practice with the help of model test paper or previous exams question paper. So first very important thing is you should know what is the resources available with you, because once you are aware that how many chapters are there, how much what is the section wise or skill wise weightage for the same, and then you are aware that what are the resources available for studying, means study material, revisionary text paper, mock test paper after completion of the course, so that you can sit in the examination condition and you can manage your stress level. Best practice, like it is a mock practice when you go for main examination. Prior to that, if you practice for the same twice or thrice in the examination, you are able to best utilize the time. You are able to use the 15 minutes reading time in effective and efficient manner. You can plan and strategize for the paper, and you can you can decide how to go for the paper, and if the questions seems tricky, how to handle those questions, right? So that is very important part. Then we are having our model test paper booklet. We are also having our Saransh booklet, which we released so this also you can use. We are also having LVC, we are having LVRC for you, right? So you can use best for the from these resources. Apart from this, we are also having our BOS knowledge portal. So I hope you all have downloaded the BOS mobile app. In case you are finding difficulty in any of the topic, you can see the lectures, you can see the notes of the lectures, question practice you can do with the help of BOS mobile app, right? So these are the resources available with you for studying. Okay. Apart from this, now we know what kind of resources are available with you. Now how to make best utilization of the same. Please avoid doing selective study. You need to completely cover the whole syllabus. Yes. Niketna is asking, ma'am, can we write the answer in our own language by writing key points? Yes. I'm just coming to this point because first we have seen the overview of the syllabus. Second is we should avoid the selective study. We should give equal weightage. We should cover whole syllabus, right? We should make our own notes. And when we are going for writing the exam, you can definitely write in your own words. But yes, for technical terms, you need to use the technical terms rather than writing in your own words, right? For misstatement, you cannot use mistake, or for opinion also you cannot use such kind of, yeah. So that is very, very important and essential, right? When we are studying, our study plan should be in such a manner that the 1.5 days, one and a half days which we get for our revision, we are able to revise the whole syllabus. Okay. Apart from the study material or apart from the concepts, you are able to revise the important questions as well, which you have marked in your notebook that these are the questions we need to revise, because in these topics I am finding difficulty, or these are the topics which are covering major provisions or here in this question is repetitive in nature. Generally, it is being asked in the examination. So these should be forming part of your revision part. Okay. Third thing is, when you are writing in the examination, when you are preparing, you should have written practice also. So at least 2 to 3 questions you should write on daily basis. And after writing the question, you need to review, you need to analyze where you are lacking. That is very, very important and essential feature, because when you are sitting in the examination, when you are reading the question, sometimes you will feel that you are not able to understand the requirement of the question. Or sometimes it may so happen the question is asking something else and you are writing something else. So when you are reviewing your written answer, you will be able to analyze that, yes, this is the requirement of the question and I have written. Okay, so why I am not got marks? This we can analyze beforehand until rather than writing in the main examination. So if we have done mock test practice, or we have attended any test series, or if we have attended in the sitting in the examination condition and we have written previous year's question papers, we are able to analyze that, yes, where we are lacking, in which topic we need to prepare more. So for that, we can either refer the chapter again, we can refer the LVRC or live virtual classes, right, or our notes or Saransh booklet, or maybe if you feel it's all together in-depth studies required, so you can have that also. So basically, when you are attending mock test paper or test series or any PYQs you are attending, you are able to understand where you are lacking and where you need to emphasize more, where your concept should be more strengthened, so that, and where you need to work on your language. Okay, so once you are having writing practice, then only you can analyze that, yes, where I need to work on the same. Now when we are writing in the examination condition and we are attending mock test paper, and mock test paper is nothing, it's just rehearsal before the final examination. So we should know how to write, how to attend the questions in the examination, right? So at the intermediate level, 2 types of skills are being prescribed. One is knowledge and comprehension, second is application and analysis. So for knowledge and comprehension, what kind of question will be asked? State, है ना? State the difference, or mention any key features. So wherein you just need to apply your knowledge and you need to write the pointers. And application analysis based question are those questions where you simply need to read the question, you need to apply the provision. After applying the provision only you are able to interlink the provision with fact of the case, and you are able to write the same. Means in your answer you need to write fact of the case, you need to write provision and explanation. Of course you need to interlink both, and thereafter you need to give conclusion. So steps are fact of the case, provision and explanation, and conclusion. Okay, everything should be in sync. So when you are writing for analysis, application and analysis based questions, you need to emphasize that all these pointers are being covered in your answer. Now you see, when you are attending case scenario based, means MCQ part, you will find all the MCQs are application based. Means you need to apply the knowledge and you need to choose the correct answer. So when you are attending mock test, MCQs, you need to if you are aware that which is the correct answer, you can simply mark that answer. Otherwise, what you can do, you can in the KBC 50-50 line is there, na 50-50, or you phone a friend. Here you are not having those facility, but of course you can use elimination method. Elimination method means when you are having 4 options, you can see which one is most which is not the answer. It's reflecting that this is not the answer, so you can eliminate those options. So when you will be reached to near about, okay, and then you need to mark the correct answer. One more important thing is you should have time management, proper time management. If you are having your proper time management, means you are having effective 3 hour 15 minutes. Now why I am telling 3 hour 15 minutes? Means you are having 15 minutes for your reading time. Okay, so that reading time is very crucial and very, very important. Okay, when you are sitting for the main exam, prior to that, in this 15 minutes, you need to balance yourself. You need to practice balanced approach. You need to balance yourself and you need to strategize which question you are going to write first, which question you know the best, right? It should not so happen that in first question you are not writing properly and in second question you are giving very good answer. And because pace is set, so your first answer should be which of the answer you know best. So that strategy you need to have beforehand in the reading time itself. You will strategically allocate the time that this question will approximate how much time you need to give to that particular subpart or particular question part, right? So this all planning should be done in the 15 minutes reading time. Of course, in the paper, some questions will be very tricky or difficult one, or maybe one or two question you find that I have not read even about it. I am not aware about it, but then don't get panic for that, because if the paper 30 marks paper is tough, difficult, then again out of 118 marks, we are having at least 80 to 90 marks paper which is in our hand. So rather than focusing on that 30 marks or 40 marks, we should focus on 80 marks paper which we know best. Okay, because each and every paper is balanced one. Maybe January was tricky one, difficult one, but then also if we are applying balanced approach, many of the questions are there which you know best and you can write the required and relevant answer. So please do remember that you have to write required and relevant answer. So during this 15 minutes time, you need to strategize. Second thing is for MCQ and case scenario also, you need to, one thing very clear in your mind that each MCQ is carrying 2 marks. So how much time to allocate for these 30 marks MCQ part? Means part A. So that planning should also be done beforehand. So when you are practicing mock test paper, maybe 2 or 3 mock test paper, that is the reason we are having 2 series of mock test paper, and that is also followed by success at CA exam conducted by BOS. Right? So that if you are finding any difficulty when you are attempting mock test paper, you can discuss with us in the success at CA exam series. Specifically for each and every paper, these series are being conducted. So you can discuss with us that in this question or these kind of difficulty we are facing, we are not able to manage plan for the proper 3 hours. This kind of problem I face, that I was not able to complete the paper. I was not able to understand the requirement of the question. So please attempt mock test paper, attempt at least 3 to 4 papers. So in that 3 to 4 hours, 3 to 4 papers in 15 minutes strategy, you will find that how much effective it is or it need to be modified. So in the main examination, this kind of issue will not happen and you will be able to complete the paper and you will be getting full marks in the same. So I have already made clear that you need not to have rote learning. You need not to write in word by word same which is given in the study material. You can write in your own words, but of course you need to ensure that point is complete. It should not be divided into 3, 4. Like one point, if we have made notes, sometimes for our ease or our convenience, we subdivide into 3, 4 points. Like if we see the definition of audit is independent examination. So what I have done, I have created 2, 3 bullets for my ease so that I can retain it. So same way I have done for each and everything. In Saransh also you'll see, or wherever you are referring any notes, you will see that for the ease of remembering, for our convenience, we subdivide the point, right? But when in the exam we are writing, it should be if the 1 point is, then 1 mark is allocated to that specific point. So please ensure that when you are attending in the examination, you are writing 1 complete point. Otherwise, out of 70 marks paper, which is descriptive one, you are attending only 30 marks paper, because when we are writing, 1 point is divided into 3 points and the question is for 4 marks. So how many points you have written? 4 pointers. So 3 were equal to 1 point, and for that it carries 1 mark only. 1.25% we are attending the paper. So that is the main reason students don't get marks like 40, they are in 30s or they are in 20s. Okay, so please ensure that you are writing complete answer. Second part is, when you are reading the question, you please see that if it is asking some other information also, means the question is subdivided into 2 or 3 parts. So read the question carefully, maybe twice reading, so that you are able to understand what else is the requirement apart from the main question. If the question is asking anything else also, so you are not missing that part. Because we have seen, we have observed when we discuss with the students, ki yes, this part is missing and they have not written that part, and the marks are again, because if the 2 parts are there, 2 marks, if we divide for 4 marks, again we are attending only 50%. So we need to specifically emphasize on the same. Third thing is, your revision strategy should be in such a manner that you have completed the syllabus, but it should be subsequently done. It should not be like, today I have completed whole audit, now after 15 or 20 days I will again take the auditing subject. Because we need to pressurize our brain. So continuous or subsequent revision is very, very important, because it will help you to retain the main important concepts in your brain, and you will be able to write the answer also. Rather, when you are having written practice, you will see that sometimes we are not able to recall the provisions. So that is very important and crucial part. Second, one more important point is, don't get panic. As I already told you, paper is always mix of the questions. So don't get panic. Rather, please strategize and see in which of the question you are most comfortable and which of the question you know best, so that you can start with the same, and you will be feeling motivated and you will feel confident that yes, I can do it. And after writing first question, one more thing, rather, when you are doing time management, it should also not happen that first question you know best, it means for 40 minutes we are writing that only. Because it is also, you need to write according to the marks requirement also. If the question is of 5 marks or 4 marks, if you are writing for 1 hour, you will not get more than that. Okay, so you need to accordingly plan your time. Then one more thing, when you're studying, please allocate some time to your other activity, like maybe for 15 to 20 minutes you can do yoga, you can do pranayam, or you can do exercise, or maybe you are playing some game for half an hour or 30 minutes, rather than focusing on media like Instagram, Facebook or WhatsApp. It will kill your time, and your brains, that part which is working while studying, will again be tired, because same part is being used for the same. Okay, so please relax your mind, relax your brain, and definitely when you will be writing in the examination, this will reflect. Okay, one more important thing is, auditing is not at all difficult and crucial subject. Please think as it is a practical subject. Since you are going for audit, and rather if you see, bachpan se leke till since your childhood you are doing audit. How much amount is being given by your mother as a pocket money? How much you spent on the activities? How much spent for the eating chocolates or something like that? And how much is balance? You generally tend to do audit. For the subject also, you have made the plan that this much we are going to cover, but at the end when we are analyzing how much we are able to cover, why we were not able to cover, what was lacking, that is nothing else, that is audit only. In hotel also, when we order something, we get the food, when we get the bill, we check whether how many rotis we have ordered, or what we have ordered is appearing in the bill or not. If it is not and we are paying, then we will definitely talk to manager. But if we have ordered something and it is not reflecting in the bill, then it is ethical issue, right? So then also we need to talk to him. So definitely audit we are doing at each and every part in our life. So please ensure that it is not a theoretical subject. You can think as if you are the auditor and you are going for audit, how you are going to implement, how you are how you are going to manage the situation, because each and every engagement and quality control standard guides you for the activities which are to be undertaken by the auditor when they go for audit, how to document the audit when we are in agreement. So how it will reflect in the engagement letter, how to do quality control, right? So each and every series, each and every standard guides you on the same. So I think I have covered maximum part. If you have any query, you can write to me so that I can answer. I will be feeling happy to answer your queries. So I think Parv, I have already answered. Paper presentation tips. So the question you know best, you should attempt first. For theoretical questions, you need to write in the pointers rather than giving answer in the flow charts, right? Or in you can write in the paragraph form or you can write in the bullet, right? But avoid giving the answer in flow chart form. Then for application and analysis based question, do not forget to give conclusion. Of course, we write the fact of the case, we write provision and explanation, but please interlink the same. Like provision, you need to interlink with the fact, and then of course conclusion is very much required to complete the answer, because for each and every step specific marks are allocated, and for conclusion definitely marks is being allocated. So please ensure that. Yes. Then next part is, can we write the answer in our own language? Already answered that yes, you can write in your own language, but of course you need to write key points, right? So I think I have already covered the queries. So with this, timing running short, and you need to have the next session for paper 6A. So with this, I wish you all the very best for your preparation as well as for your examination. May you all fly in the plane of ambition and land with the flying colors and success. Wish you all the very best. Thank you. Thank you very much.
टेक टीम स्टार्ट करें. हेलो.
Technical team. यही सुनता है.
भार्गव जी.
Good afternoon to you all, and welcome to this particular session of Board of Studies. And today we'll be discussing about financial management. Obviously, same team was there for cost and management accounting. So some of you who were there in that subject, myself, Dr. N.N. Sengupta, and CA Mayank Jain. So we are here to clear any of your doubt. And again, we will request you to ask your doubt, and particularly the technical doubts if you have. If you have any technical doubts in any of the topic, that how it couldn't be done and all, so that will be very helpful for all of you as well, to clear your question directly. Very recently, examination result has come. I'm sure that some of you may have appeared in that, and based on your experience, you can ask that where you have faced the difficulty, so that we can guide you, so that those difficulties are not really repeated once again. Before we go further, couple of things that give a lot of emphasis, since this is a 50 marks question and 15 marks is of case scenario, so very high percentage marks is there, 15 and then 15 compulsory question. So what I mean to say that 30 out of 50 marks is compulsory in this paper.
Yes.
So high percentage of question will be compulsory, and even if you can complete this 30 well, I think your job will be well done. So case scenario question is going to be a very, very important for you, and practice various type of questions. Some of the topics we all know, capital budgeting is one area, then working capital management, in working capital management, working capital requirement, receivable management, factoring. So these are some of the areas. Cost of capital, and we have seen many times question comes from there. There can be questions of leverage. Also, there can be question of 2 or 3 chapters, maybe 2 chapters. So cost of capital and capital budgeting always can go hand to hand. So those kind of questions you should be practicing, very, very thoroughly, so that, case scenario you should not be, missing at any cost. And then there will be 2 plus 1, 3, question, 5 marks question. So 10 case scenario and 5, 10 plus 5 is 15. So if you can catch hold of this 15 marks and then the first compulsory question, I think your job will be well done. Obviously, already you told in our earlier session that if there is a paucity of time, you can always go for, theoretical question. So that is always there. The theoretical question part is always there. Now, there is a one question, so we'll start with that question. It is said that, sir, can we write answer for the theoretical question in your own words by writing key points? Yes, you can write in your own words, but obviously it should be having substance. It should be having proper meaning. I will always advise you to write some of the headings which is given in the study material, because we follow this material. It's not that something we are asking you to learn and write the same thing. But if you write down at least the headlines, explanation you can do as your own. That will be probably easier for anybody to understand. So in inner details you can write down as your own words, but headlines we prefer that if you can pick some of the headlines which is given in the study material and which are universally correct. So study material is the accumulation of various international material, various experts. So it's not a production of 2% you are seeing. There are many people who has contributed here, and even some of the students has contributed. So wherever you feel that there is something, you can always let us know as well, and you can definitely follow the study material pattern for your theoretical question. So you prepare your small summary from your chapters. Already there is a summary at the end of the chapter, but you can prepare your own summary, and then a theoretical question comes. From financial management point of view, there are two chapters from where theoretical question generally comes. One is the first chapter, introduction chapter, and then there is sources of finance. The rest of the chapters are more or less numerical questions. Whether it is cost of capital, whether it is capital structure, leverage, or capital budgeting, or dividend decision, these all are working capital management, all are numerical chapters. So from the numerical chapter also theoretical question can come, but these two chapters are exclusively the theoretical chapter, right? So I think what is the name? Niketma, a new name. Yes. So I think your query is well answered, I hope. Anybody else, if you have any question, from any chapter, any doubt you face, Mike, you can just brief.
Yeah.
Let me look out for some more questions.
So as you can see on screen, there's some of the section-wise weightage and the skill-wise weightage. Hope you know the weightage of the chapters as well as the weightage of theory part and the numerical part. We have already explained this thing in the costing webinar or the costing session. So let's move on to the preparation techniques for particularly for the FM part. There are some common things for all practical chapters, like practicing more and more questions, practice in RTPs, MTPs, solving ICX past questions or the past examination papers in under examination condition, and then comparing it with your suggested answers. And in this way, you come to know where you are lacking, where are your mistakes, and where you can improve yourself, and whether you are able to complete it within the 3 hours or not. So in this way you can analyze yourself completely. And some important things you have to focus in financial management is practicing more and more question for some specific areas, like in working capital, their cash cost basis working capital. Students lack conceptual clarities. They don't understand the
Very important point. Recently also we have seen question on cash cost basis. I think last term
yes,
only
last
there was a question.
examination.
Yes, carry on, please.
So you need to know the difference between the normal working capital and the cash cost basis working capital. You have to understand what parts are covered in the cash cost and what have to be excluded, like depreciation or any other non-cash expenses. So you have to exclude all those items while calculating the working capital. So you have to understand this concept conceptually, and practice more and more question for this types of question where you lack conceptual clarity, or where you find difficulties in answering the question. You have to practice more and more questions for those concepts. And like factoring, you can see in recent examination, you can see the factoring exams, factoring question normally comes in the exams. So you have to clear your concept for factoring, receivable management, and all these types of questions where you find difficulties in capital budgeting, like equivalent NPV, like in you have two contracts or two project, and with different life, you have to practice these types of question. Recently, we have uh, launched RTPs, and we have used a financial modeling type question in our RTP for capital budgeting. You may when you go through that type of question, your mind will start thinking broadly, not just older type of questions, just like calculating normal NPVs with the CFAT, normal CFAT calculation, or normal IRR. When you go through those type of questions, you will understand the real life scenarios, how a financial world run and how it is calculated in real life. And another part is model, and basic both capital structure and the dividend decision. These are the most common areas where questions are asked, and a student find difficulties in those areas. So you have to practice those types of question more and more along with your normal concepts. So these are the some common specific chapter specific problems.
Okay. Mayank, we are having a question, and it is written, sir, with regard to arbitrage, is it like we must explain both the objective of the arbitrage? Yes, you should be explaining the objective of the arbitrage. What is the purpose of arbitrage? And mind you, there are a difference between a levered form and unlevered form. So levered form where there is debt, and unlevered form where there is no debt. And valuation also will depend whether you have leverage or not leverage. In fact, this kind of question comes in examination also, with the valuation of levered form as well as unlevered form, and there is a particular way of doing this question in the study material. And in fact, when you will be studying arbitrage, you should be also explaining that going from one company to another company, how it will be beneficial. And like I think that it's like you are putting fuel into your car. So you say full tank. So when there will be no benefit from going from one company to another company, automatically there will be a cut. Like petrol pump, in petrol pump, when full tank will be there will be a cut. So arbitrage means till that particular time where this benefit will be there, but there will be a point when this will be stopping automatically, and this happens automatically. So very, very important concept. Along with this concept, like your sir has said, that model, both in case of capital structure and in case of dividend, you should be doing again and again. And there are few questions in the study material. I think those questions should be in your tips. Any question related to model which is there in the study material, it should be in your tips with proper clarity, with proper explanation, so that even if there is any doubt in your mind, it should not be repeated in the examination hall. You clear your doubt and then you go to the examination hall. Then this was the question from Bimal M. In fact, last two question was from Bimal M. In fact, last two is the same question. Then Sai Kumar, Shashi Kumar. Hi sir, suggest the chapters that covered most of the mandatory question. Very difficult to do it. You should not be going for what I will say selective study. Selective study does not work in a professional examination like chartered accountancy. But yes, as we said, that chapter 1 and the financing, sources of financing chapter, these are the theoretical question chapter. Working capital is very important. Dividend decision is important. Capital budgeting, definitely there will be a question from capital budgeting. Cost of capital, capital structure, leverage, these all are numerical chapters. So these are some of the, but you have to practice questions where you face more difficulty. Like your sir has already said that working capital factoring, receivable management, I feel is very, very important for practicing. Capital budgeting question, typical cost of capital question is also very important, that you must be practicing those questions very regularly. So these are some of the areas which were, it's not mandatory topic or mandatory question, but yes, I have not seen any question paper so far where capital budgeting question is not there. I have not seen, and working capital question is not there. So yes, these are the chapters which will are very, very important. Cost of capital, capital structure, leverage, some questions will be there. And mind you, your syllabus is also not very, lengthy. Very precise syllabus based on which you can develop your concept of financial management. So you give importance to, both the, things, practicing the question as well as understanding the concept. Another question, Bimal M. Sir, what is the weightage of theory question in FM? I think 20% is around
20 to
theoretical
30%.
question, 20 to 30%, and 70 to 80% is the numerical question. So numerical waste paper, but theoretical question can save you when there is 5 minutes, 10 minutes left, and you need to attempt one question. I think very easily you can go for a theoretical question. Write down few important top points crisply, precisely, and your job will be done. Mayank, you can carry on, please.
So, so most of the common queries or the common mistakes students do in the exams are not reading the question paper properly. They just go through the question and just start writing the answers. You have to calmly read the question paper and underline those requirements and the information which are required for solving the question. And then you have to start with the solving the question, because sometimes you just go through the question from just within a second or within a minute, and you start writing the solution. You don't know what is the element of the question and what is the actual information given in the question. So you have to read your question calmly and properly. And most important thing for the case scenarios or for the multiple choice question, you have to attempt those questions, because since there is no negative marking, there is a chances of getting 50% chances of getting the marks. If you know something about the question or the MCQ, you have to use those concept and solve that particular MCQ. And in MCQs, you don't need to answer. You don't need to show step-by-step calculation. You just have to rough work and mark your answer, so you can save you a lot of time in MCQ part.
In MCQ, I want to add that sometime elementary method also can be applied. Means, by eliminating some of the option. Okay, ये possible नहीं है, ये possible नहीं है. इन दोनों में से देख लेता हूँ, and then you will be able to find out which one is the appropriate answer. So there is no harm. What may be the best way of finding the correct answer, you please apply it, and it will be different. His approach may be different, my approach will be different. You are an unique person, your approach also can be different, but spend less time and find the most correct answer. And also, when there are very close alternative, okay, you please select the best possible alternative. For an example, let's say, in the option it is given 9.8%, and your answer is coming 9.76%. So 9.8 is the closest option, and you should be choosing that. You should not be making a human cry or in the hall that, okay, there is no option correct. So what will happen? Whether I'll be getting, guess marks or other things. All those thinking you should not be, making in the examination condition. You give your best, and then obviously there is institute, there is different, parts who will be doing their duties, but you give your best, whatever you know, and according to you, whatever is the best possible solution you can choose, you please go for that. And also, like please let us know if there is any technical queries in any of the chapter. If anything you generally don't understand, or anywhere you face any kind of problem. So I will request whoever is there, you kindly let us know. Anything else is there?
So one more important point while answering the question, there are some like say some example. Let's take some example like in flotation cost. Sometimes it is given in a percentage basis, or sometimes it may be given on a amount basis. So you have to understand the base on which percentage is to be applied. Sometimes it may be applied on the market values, or sometimes it may be applied on the face value. It's given in the question, and if it is not given, you have to use the concept given in the study material. Similarly, for the redeemable value and the net proceeds, student got confused what is the redeemable value in the question and what is the net proceeds. So you have to clearly understand your concept, how redeemable value is calculated, or what is the redeemable value and what is the net proceeds. Sometimes directly it may not be given, you have to calculate it. So these are the common mistakes related to some chapters or the some topics, and you can avoid them by conceptually clearing your concept.
And sometime in the question paper, there may not be an information which you can use directly, or maybe you have to take certain assumption. You take the most logical assumption. If you feel there is some information where you have to make the assumption, you try to take the most logical assumption. And in the ratio question, when there is a turnover related question, so generally it can be solved in two ways. One on the basis of cost of goods sold and one on the basis of sales. So when you take the profit element into consideration, you consider sales. When you take the cost only into consideration, you please take the cost of goods sold. So you should not be making any fuss that when we should be taking cost of goods sold and when sales. When there is a profit element, for an example, debtors. So sales related things, you can take the profit element or you can take the sales, and otherwise in general, for an example, inventory, you should be taking cost of goods sold. So based on various situation, ratio is not that there is thumb rule for everything. So according to the situation, according to the nature of the company, what data has been given, you may have to be little bit flexible. Yes, there are formulas, there are ways to calculate, but you need to find out the best possible way to judge the health of a particular company. And for that, what you are required to do, obviously, we are having a syllabus, we are having a way to do it, but in the practical world, the ratio analysis can be done in multifold ways. There is another question. This is, what is the name?
Bhuvika Sharma.
Bhuvika Sharma. Sir, we are able to attempt all the questions in exam. Then marks will be given according to the highest marks given to the question, right? Sir, we are able to attempt all the question in exam. Marks will be given according to the highest marks given in that questions, right? I could not understand, but you means that who has got the highest marks based on that? I could not understand. You do understand?
Not able to.
But means, there is no correlation. There is that you do your best, your marks will be evaluated accordingly. And you try to attempt all question. That's a very positive one. And try to attempt all question, and question will be, all question, you mean to say that including the optional one, maybe?
I think so.
That may be the, yes, then you will be evaluated only out of 50, not out of 63 or 65 to total marks.
And one more thing, there is a stepwise marking. So if you're answering your question, your answer is 50% right. So you get for those points which are right, and not your complete answer is not wrong. So you have to try to attempt all the answers. So if your any particular point is correct, you may get marks for those particular points.
Right. Is it clear, Bhumika? I think this is the question, probably, if I am understanding clearly. And least number, where you will be at getting least number, that will be eliminated. But time consideration, you have to see there is strategic management. I don't think you should be thinking in that point of view. You should be thinking in that point of view that how I can do best in 50 marks. Okay, how I can get 50 out of 50 in financial management. That should be your main aim. Any other doubt in this particular question? So thank you very much. I think some of you have asked question. If you have arbitrage was a very good question, I must say. Floating cost, your faculty, your sir has touched upon, is very, very important. When to calculate, how to calculate. That's very important point. Tax, we all know that debt interest tax will be applicable on that. Tax shield concept, you please take care in case of capital budgeting question. Receivable management opportunity cost, you should be very, very careful, particularly whether you will be taking variable cost or total cost. Then factoring percentage, commission percentage, you should be taking care, and practice as many as question as possible. I think you should be able to complete all question of study material very, very easily. And then you look for last few years RTPs and MTPs, fewer suggested answer, and then appear mock test paper in real examination condition. Then only you can test yourself, and wherever you feel which chapter, which concept, which type of question you are finding difficult, you practice more question on that. And where you think you are going all right, maybe you should not be practicing that much of question. And give little bit importance to the theoretical question as well, so that you are well prepared not only for the numerical part, but also for the theoretical part. Though our time has ended, but there is a question we must answer. If we attempt all 6 questions, then marks will be given. Best 5 questions. That is the answer what we have given. And our advice is that you please attempt that many questions which has been asked in the question paper. Bhuvika. That's our simple plain advice without going into further details.
If you attempt all 6 questions, initial 5 questions will be considered. The last one will not be considered.
Okay, that's all. I think thank you very much, all the people who have participated, who are watching us, and obviously we appeared twice. A double role we had in cost and management accounting and financial management. And thank you very much for one last question. Can you use short form of the once you can use it, like cost of goods sold, you write down and then bracket में COGS and then you continue with COGS. So once you write down the full form, then you can write down the abbreviation. Obviously, COGS is a very common. So even writing the first time is not that problematic, right? Which are very common. EBIT is very common. So even if you are writing EBIT first time, there is no issue. Is it clear? So I think now is the time to thanks all of you for watching us, and I hope that whatever the query you had, we could solve it. Thank you from both of us. Thank you very much.
Hello and a very warm welcome to all of you. I'm truly delighted to have you join us today for this special session, The Best is Yet to Come Part 2, designed just for you, our bright and hardworking CA intermediate students. This is not just about the seminar, it's a reminder that no matters how many mock tests you have taken, you have given, how many times you have revised, how many times doubts have been had. Your best is not behind you. It's ahead of you. That's right. The best is yet to come. Now we are going to discuss about paper 6B, strategic management at intermediate level. Friends, this subject is not about mugging up the definitions. It's all about thinking smart, thinking big, and thinking like a leader. Strategic management helps you understand why some companies thrive while others struggle. This question generally came in our mind, that why few of the companies get success and others are getting failure. How leaders make winning decisions. How leaders make winning decisions, and how you, as a future chartered accountant, can become a game changer in any organization. But let's be honest, we all know exam preparation can feel like a roller coaster ride. It always feels like a roller coaster ride. Someday you are super confident, and another day you might question if you are even on the right track or not. This session is here to help you recenter. In this session, we will cover the common mistakes which students generally do and how we can avoid those mistakes. How to approach case scenario based MCQs as well as case scenario based questions. How to represent smartly your answers. And most importantly, how to prepare with confidence and perform with clarity. So take a deep breath, forget the fear to failure, and remember, you are more capable than you think and stronger than you feel. You have come this far. Now it's time to finish strong. Let's begin today's session with energy, focus, and the mindset that yes, I can, and yes, I will. Because, dear students, the best is yet to come. So, with these motivational words, I'm going to start my presentation. The best is yet to come. Stay the course. Stay with the course. Welcome to our webinar, The Best is Yet to Come. Stay the course, scheduled for July 16th, 2025. This session is specially designed for students preparing for paper 6B, Strategic Management at Intermediate Level. We will delve into common mistakes made during the exam and provide actionable strategies to avoid those mistakes. Ensure you are well prepared to excel for the examination. Our goal is to equip you with the knowledge and techniques necessary to approach your exams with confidence and achieving outstanding results. Strategy to be followed. What strategy you should follow? while preparing for the examination and create a study plan. First of all, every student has to create a study plan. Then prioritize important topics. What are the important topics out of the complete syllabus? What are the important topics? You have to prioritize those important topics. Then gain conceptual understanding. It is very, very essential to understand the concepts thoroughly. Then memorize the concepts. Understanding is a different page and memorizing is a different thing. So first you have to understand the concepts and then memorize the concepts. What concepts? Memorize the key terms. Memorize the key concepts. Then compile, summarize to enable the revision day before exam. Even Board of Studies have already uploaded the Saransh for it. You can buy it from CDS as well as you can see on the website also. After this, practice MCQs from booklet on case scenarios as well as you can practice the MCQs and cases and MCQs arising out of case scenarios from the MCQ practice portal also. Revision. How you will revise? You can revise by attempting the MTPs of both series, MTP1 as well as MTP2, and the MTP1 of this strategic management is scheduled for 26th of July and MTP2 I think 12th of August. While the success at CA exam, the sessions are also scheduled. The first success at CA is scheduled for 31st of July as well as the second one is on 18th of August for paper 6B. So please join those sessions also. Maintain healthy lifestyle, which is very, very important. After doing so much of exercise, mental exercise, you need to work upon your health also. Mental health as well as your physical health. Stay positive and motivated, which is again a very crucial step to achieve any targets, because till the time you are not positive, you are not motivated, you will not able to achieve your goals. So this is all about the strategy to be followed while you are preparing. After that, what are the common mistakes which generally students do and how we can avoid those mistakes in the examination? To truly excel in your strategic management exam, it is crucial to move beyond mere identification of mistakes and actively implement strategies to prevent them. Here we provide detailed guidance on how to transform your preparation and examination approach. First is rote learning without understanding. Students generally do this mistake that without understanding the concepts, they simply try to cram the things. So for that matter, what you can do, focus on conceptual clarity. Your first motto should be focus on conceptual clarity. Understand the why behind each model, each strategy, each concept, instead of memorizing the definitions, that why it is, right? Then use real world business examples to grasp application of the concepts, which you will get through by following the business magazines, business newspapers on daily basis. Next is practice case-based MCQs and caselets, because students do less practice of case-based MCQs as well as caselets. So practice integrated case scenarios, MCQs, and caselet-based questions, descriptive questions from your MTPs, from your RTPs, from your previous question papers in the form of suggested answers. From the MCQ practice portal, there are so many, ample number of content is available on the BOS knowledge portal. What you have to do, you have to access that and you have to do that. This definitely helps you build analytical and application skills. Next is, which is again a very important thing, is time management. Effective time management is very essential, which generally students do mistake. How you can manage time? Implement a time-bound strategy for each question. Move on if you stuck. Let it suppose if you are stuck in a question and you are spending so much of time to understand that question, definitely it will impact the answers, the quality of the answers of other questions also. So it is always advisable, if you stuck in any of the question, better to move on further. Prioritize easier questions first to build confidence and ensure completion. Reserve at least 10 minutes at the end of the exam for a thorough review of your own answers. Next is structured and concise answers, which we expect. Generally, students write long answers and unstructured answers or vague answers. So it is always advisable to avoid such kind of answers and provide the structured and concise answers. How you will write? Utilize headings, bullet points, and concise language to present answers clearly. For caselets, adopt the STAR formats. It's a STAR approach, that is situation, task, action, and result for structured responses. I will explain this STAR approach in the upcoming slides. Ensure the use of specific keywords. Please ensure that use of specific keywords and specific terms to demonstrate subject proficiency is essential. Next is comprehensive practice and revision. How you will do that? Generally, students not practicing enough. But what you have to do the comprehensive practice and revision. After reading 1 or 2 times, it will not work. It will not work. You have to do more and more practice. How? Regularly practice scenario-based and independent MCQs using the MCQ practice portal, case scenario booklets, RTPs, mock test papers, previous question answers. Do not neglect any chapter. Minded students, please do not neglect any chapter. Do not do selective study, because as each chapter holds same weightage, which is a very significant weightage, that is 15 to 25% from each chapter. That means from each chapter, definitely you will get minimum 9 marks from each chapter and maximum 15 marks from each chapter in your exam. So it is advisable in this subject that please don't do selective study, do thorough study of all the chapters. Prepare summary notes, flashcards, and mind maps for quick revision. Avoiding full chapters, read before the exam. You can, again, I can say that you can follow the Saransh also before the examination. Inadequate use of strategic models. Students generally use inadequate use of strategic models. Do not just name the models like SWOT, BCG, Porter's, or ADL matrix or PASTEL. Please don't write just simply the names. Learn to apply them. Learn to apply them to real life business decisions and explain their relevance. Students do mistake by missing keywords in descriptive answers. While you are writing the descriptive answers, generally students write the answers in a very layman or easygoing language. But please remember that keywords are very, very essential. Examiners always look for specific keywords. Ensure you use the right strategic terms and phrases while answering, which demonstrate your subject proficiency. Overlooking chapter-wise weightage. As I already told you that every chapter is having equal weightage. That is 15% to 25%. That is minimum 9 marks to maximum 15 marks. And this weightage is consistent in all the 5 chapters. So do not neglect any chapter. Each chapter has equal weightage. So prepare the whole syllabus holistically. Not reading the entire question carefully. Understand what is being asked in the question, what application you can apply, analyze, or concept explanation. Misinterpretation leads to irrelevant answers. Read the question very, very carefully. Lack of real life examples. Use examples from current business news like mergers, market strategies, what is going on, which company has take over the other one, what mergers are going on in the market, and so and so. So for that matter, what you have to do, you have to follow the business magazines, business newspapers on daily basis. This clarifies concept in a better way, right? Ignoring ICI suggested answers format. Students do this mistake also, that students hardly see the suggested answers format of the ICI. So my advice to all those students, please follow the ICI answer pattern for structuring. This improves answer quality and align with evaluator expectations. It will give you the path that how you have to write. Getting stuck on one question, prioritize easier questions first. Do not spend too much time on one question. Move on and return later if required. Overuse or incorrect use of diagrams. To avoid unnecessarily flowcharts or models if it is not required, focus on well-articulated text-based explanations. Lack of revision before the exam. Prepare summary notes, flashcard, mind maps for quick revision. Avoid reading full chapters before the exam. Stick to high-yield points. High-yield points. Students can use Saransh also for last-minute revision. That's it. So these are few of the common mistakes which students do during the exam and how to avoid them in the examination. Our second stage is mastering answer presentation skills. How we will write, how we can write in a better way. Beyond knowing the content, how you present your answers can significantly impact your scores. Examiners look for clarity, structure, and precision. Adhering to specific presentation skills can elevate your responses and align them with evaluators' expectations. So in this direction, the first is clarity and structure. Begin answers with a brief introduction or definition. Use headings and then subheadings to organize content logically. Maintain a flow like first is introduction, then concept, then analysis, and then example, and conclude it with a one-liner conclusion. Use of bullet points. Present key points in bullet form to enhance readability. Avoid large paragraphs. Break content into digestible sections. STAR approach for caselets. How to apply that STAR format? STAR means S for situation, because we are having 15 marks caselet based questions in our paper, and these all the 5 marks, three caselet based question comes, and all the 3 are compulsory. There is no choice in it. So how to apply that approach? First, describe the content. Find out the situation, read the situation and describe the content. Then T for task. Define the objective, define the problem. What is the problem and what is the objective? After that, the action. Apply the strategic theory which you have implemented, which you have applied, which the organization has applied. Then result. Mention the outcome. What should the ideal outcome for by applying that particular strategy? This should be the approach while you are dealing with the caselet based answers. Key concepts and terminologies. Highlight key terms using bold or underlining. Use correct terms and definitions with examples. Relevance and precision. Write to the point. Avoid general or irrelevant information. It irritates the evaluator. So please write to the point as well as concrete answers. Focus strictly on what is asked. Don't give vague answers. Strictly focus on what is asked in the question paper. Support with examples. Support your answers with current business practices and examples, real life examples. It will definitely enhance the quality of the answer. Avoid diagrams unless asked. Use diagrams only if required and if they add clarity to your answer. MCQ answering strategy. Case scenario based MCQs. How you will write MCQ answering case scenario based MCQs. First, read the questions first. Identify key concepts. Link with the scenario. And in application based MCQs, eliminate the wrong options. There are 4 options in any of the MCQ. What you have to do, first of all, after reading the question, independent application based MCQ, after reading the question, first you have to identify that out of 4, how many we can eliminate, how many are wrong answers, one by one. Generally 1 or 2 are outrightly rejected. So first you have to eliminate. You may be having some confusion between the 2. Then choose the best fit answer and provide that answer. Time management in writing, which is again a very important thing. Allocate time based on marks per question. Right? See the marks and accordingly you have to write your answers. Keep answers crisp and relevant. Leave space between answers for better presentation and better understanding of the evaluator that from here the answer is finished and from here the answer is going to start. Next answer. Lastly is neatness and legibility. Definitely maintain a clean, well-organized layout. Use legible handwriting which anybody can read. Of course, just think about it that if you are an evaluator, what do you expect from a examining? Just think like that. If you are an evaluator, you have to check a copy. You have to evaluate a copy. What do you expect in that copy? Think like that. So you will get all the answers by yourself that how you have to attempt the examination. Right? I think there are few queries. If anybody have any query, please feel free to send me the queries, and after that the third portion is also there for this, or we can take the queries later on at the end of the session. We can continue with the third portion, that is strategic preparation approach. What should be the ideal strategic preparation approach? A well-structured preparation approach is the cornerstone of success in any examination. We break down the preparation journey into manageable stages, starting with the understanding the foundational elements of your syllabus and building strong conceptual clarity. Understand the syllabus and exam pattern, which is very, very important. As I think you all are aware by the time that get familiar with the 5 chapters, that is introduction to strategic management, then external environment, strategic analysis, external environment, strategic analysis, internal environment, strategic choices, and last but not the least is implementation and evaluation. Know the paper format. MCQs 15 marks and descriptive is 35 marks, including caselet based questions. Understand skill-wise weightage. Comprehension and knowledge is 30 to 55% and analysis and application 45 to 70%. That means if in the question paper, the questions consist of 30% which are of comprehension and knowledge. So simultaneously, parallelly, the analysis and application questions comes around 70% and vice versa. Build conceptual clarity. Start with the ICI study material. It is your primary source. Please, students, first of all, read the study material. Start always with your study material. After that, you can refer different books. Focus on understanding the key concepts: vision, mission, SWOT, intent, PESTEL, Porter's models, Porter's 5 force, BCG matrix, ADL matrix, or you can say change management. There are so many organizational structures, hard and soft elements of the organization, or various strategic choices like conglomerate, concentric, diversification, and so many turnaround, so many. Prepare chapter-wise notes in your own words, which is very, very important. Either you take classes from the Board of Studies or you are taking classes from different platforms or from various coaches. It's up to you. But my request to all my students, so please write in your own words your chapter-wise notes by yourself. It will definitely help you. Use real-life examples. Relate theories to real business events. I'm repeatedly telling this, that please use real-life examples. And how you will learn these real-life examples? By reading business magazines and newspapers for strategic decisions by various companies. Practice intensively, which is very, very important. Solve past exam papers, RTPs, MTPs on regular basis. Focus on case scenario based and application based MCQs along with the descriptive answers. Revise smartly. Use mnemonics, mind maps, and acronyms to remember models and matrices. Use Saransh for quick revision. Use the STAR approach, as I have already discussed. Identify the challenges, apply, and then conclude. Join mock tests and peer discussions. Participate in the ICI mock test, webinars, and practice sessions. Join or form some peer study groups Only those groups which really want to study hard to discuss the concepts and real-world strategic practices. Exam week strategy: focus on quick revision of the complex topics. Do not pick new topics. Reinforce strong areas. Practice questions under timed conditions. Day before exam, what you can do? Use Saransh for strategic management for quick revision. Review using summary notes, your own notes, flashcards, models. Avoid stress. Stay calm and confident and get adequate rest. And most important is believe in yourself. Exam day strategy: read questions carefully and plan your time. Attempt known questions first for confidence. Answer with clarity, structure, and precision. Reserve 10 minutes for review. And minded students, that please be calm and believe in yourself. It will definitely help you while you are attempting the examinations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening me very patiently. And now I welcome all my students to send your queries. If they are having any doubts or any queries, feel free to send to us so that I can address those queries. Someone has said, on what points does examiner provide marks in exams, like how they evaluate the answer? As I have already told you that please write down the key points and write down the relevant points which the situation asks. Don't write vague answers and use the key terms, strategic terms while you are writing the answers. Another query is also there. Can you please give an example of STAR approach in question? Yes. STAR approach means situation. First, you have to identify the situation, that what is basically the problem. Okay? Then you have to identify that and write about that. Then application is required, and after that you have to conclude it in one line, that after this, applying this, the organization get benefit of this. This again depends upon the situation, that what situation the question paper, what is the situation in the question paper, right? Anything else? If anybody have any query, please send across, or we will wind up the session. If anybody have any query, please send it. I think I have tried to provide you as much as possible in this stipulated time. Meanwhile, I request to all the students, you can join our session, the Success at CA exam, and you can see the schedule on our website as well as. And for strategic management, our first Success at CA is on 31st July and the second one is on 18th August. And we are also doing the revisionary classes, first on 13th of July, which we have already done. And we have three more classes on every Sunday from 7 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. in the morning. So you can join those classes, even though you can ask your doubts, your queries over there also. Right? With this, thank you very much, students. And I hope I'll able to serve the purpose, the objective of conducting this class. Thank you very much. Yeah, sure.